Thank you. Please be seated. So, who do we have on one?
We have both Spanish interpreter and we have a Russian interpreter.
Okay. Okay, thanks. Just need a moment to look. All right. Can the Spanish interpreter hear me?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. And can our Russian interpreter hear me?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, great. Then I'll get started, and I'm going to try to shorten my preamble. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. This is the 2 p.m. initial appearance calendar for April 3rd, 2025. Let's go Spanish first, then Russian. Go ahead.
Buenas tardes a todos. Esta es la comparecencia inicial del día 3 de abril de 2025.
Добрый день всем. Сегодня начинается заседание в 2 часа по начальному представлению Initial Appearance.
The DNA and fingerprint orders made on the first calendar of the month will apply to all of these hearings.
La muestra de ADN y de huellas dactilares de esta mañana se va a aplicar a todas las audiencias.
Сдача анализа на ДНК и сдача отпечатков пальцев, которые назначаются обычно в начале каждого месяца, будет назначена и на сегодняшнем заседании.
All right, Mr. Mikhailyuk, we're going to do your case first.
Мистер Михайлюк, мы начнем с вашего дела.
Please come to the podium.
Пожалуйста, подойдите к подиуму.
All right, sir, I need to start with your full name and date of birth, please.
Пожалуйста, ваше полное имя и дата рождения.
Андрей Михайлюк, 13.09.2000 года.
Андрей Михайлюк, and date of birth is 9/13/2000.
All right, and then the appearance of the state.
Прокурор, который представляет штат.
Brooke Gahn on behalf of the state.
Она представляет штат.
Mark Mendoza on behalf of the accused, Your Honor.
Марк Мендоз, он представляет вас.
Thank you. Sir, you have been arrested on the following allegations.
Вас арестовали по следующим обвинениям.
Aggravated assault on a first responder.
Нападение на персонал скорой помощи или first responder, это кто оказался на месте происшествия.
When it involves an injury, that is a Class 3 felony.
И это нападение вы принесли вред другому человеку, это 3-й класс фелония.
Criminal damage as a Class 4 felony.
Причинение ущерба это 4-й класс фелония.
Endangerment involving the risk of death or serious physical injury.
Также вы принесли жизнь, опасность с риском смерти, либо тяжелых последствий, тоже фелония.
Which is a Class 6 felony.
Это 6-й класс фелония.
Driving under the influence of alcohol or drugs while impaired to the slightest degree.
Вождение за рулем, находясь в опьяненном состоянии.
Driving with a blood alcohol level of 0.08 or more.
Концентрация алкоголя в крови 0.08 или больше, то есть вождение за рулем с такой концентрацией алкоголя в крови.
Driving under the influence of alcohol with a blood alcohol of 0.15 to 0.20.
Вождение за рулем под воздействием алкоголя с концентрацией алкоголя в крови 0.15 до 0.2.
And disobeying a court order.
Также невыполнение судебного ордера.
All of those are class 1 misdemeanors.
Все, что вам зачитали, это первый класс misdemeanor.
You were also arrested for a second allegation of driving under the influence with a blood alcohol of 0.15 to 0.20.
Также вас арестовали по второму обвинению, то, что вы управляли автомобилем в нетрезвом состоянии с концентрацией алкоголя 0.15 до 0.2.
And an allegation of causing an accident involving death or serious physical injury.
И также по обвинению, что вы создали аварию, которая могла привести к смерти либо к тяжелым травмам.
As to those last two, this court does not find there is probable cause for purposes of this hearing only.
И по последним двум обвинениям суд не находит оснований для сегодняшнего слушания.
The second misdemeanor allegation appears to be an accidental duplicate.
А второе обвинение, которое вас обвиняет, это misdemeanor, она считает, что это было случайно отдублировано, то есть не случайная копия.
And the injuries alleged to the victim do not meet the legal test for serious physical injury.
И те травмы, которых вас обвиняют, не прошли тест, по которому определяют, серьезные либо травмы или нет. То есть эти травмы не подпадают под ту категорию.
Counsel Mendoza, did you want to be heard on probable cause for the remainder of the offenses? Because the court is inclined to find it.
И она спрашивает, если мистер Мендоза хочет добавить, рассказать факты по этому обвинению.
Please try to remember to go one sentence at a time.
И, пожалуйста, отвечайте одно предложение за раз.
Thank you, Your Honor. As to the allegation of failure to comply with a court order,
по поводу обвинения, что вы не выполняли ордеры суда,
I believe this allegation stems from the police saying my client refused to have his blood drawn after the search warrant.
Я считаю, что это обвинение произошло после того, когда мой клиент отказался сдать анализ на алкоголь, анализ крови на алкоголь.
This is a technical argument, but the warrant allows the police to take the blood by force. That's what the warrant is.
И это технический аргумент. Тот ордер, который был предоставлен полицейским, разрешает полицейским взять анализ крови только с использованием силы.
I don't have in front of me the actual copy of the warrant
У меня передо мной нету копии того ордера.
But
I'll stop you there, counsel, because I'm looking at the statute, and I'll tell you why that I am still finding probable cause for today's purposes.
You are still finding the probable cause?
Yes.
Судья сейчас зачитает сам закон, как он написан, и почему она считает, что она находит основания для вашего задержания.
And it's because the statute says disobeys or resists the lawful order, process, or other mandate of a court.
И закон звучит так, то, что невыполнение или сопротивление законному требованию суда или постановлению.
And to a degree of probable cause, I believe these allegations meet the standard for resisting the court's search warrant order.
И учитывая, как написан закон, судья считает, что она видит основания, чтобы засчитать все обвинения против вас актуальными.
Even though I agree with you that a warrant is not directed at the subject of the warrant.
И несмотря на то, что я согласна с вами, что указания в ордере не направлены на субъект ордера.
All right, anything else?
the only other question, Judge, on the endangerment allegation, do you know if that's as to other motorists or as to the same trooper?
И ваш адвокат спрашивает по поводу обвинения, что вы угрожали жизни другого человека. Это было другому водителю или офицеру?
This court finds probable cause on that as a Class 6 felony with the trooper as the alleged victim.
И суд находит это обвинение шестой класс фелонии, и это было против офицера.
You said class 6 on the paperwork. It says it's a misdemeanor.
Вы сказали, шестой класс, на документах написано, что это misdemeanor.
Yes, in this court, the police select the statute they accuse under, and the court determines what the applicable class of felony or misdemeanor is.
А на бумагах указывается та статья, которую полицейский решил использовать, но суд решает, по какой статье это обвинение пойдет дальше в дело.
Because the police book things with mistaken punishment indicators all the time.
Потому что полицейские ошибаются и записывают обвинения с ошибками постоянно.
For example, in this case, they booked the aggravated assault as a Class 2 felony.
Например, в этом деле, когда нападение с отягчающими обстоятельствами, они написали как второй вид фелонии.
Under that version of the statute, this crime can only be a Class 3 or a Class 4.
По таким обвинениям, это обвинение может быть фелонией только класса 3 либо класса 4.
Had they booked your client under the A2 section of the statute and probable cause were found, that would be a Class 2 felony.
Если бы они арестовали вашего клиента по статье A2, тогда бы это бы считалось вторым видом фелонии.
So this court tests the sufficiency of the elements alleged by the police according to the statute that they picked at booking.
И этот суд тестирует и осматривает те обвинения, по которых вас обвинили полицейские. Если есть необходимость, суд исправляет.
it's this court's position that the police are not required to indicate any level of applicable punishment for there to be probable cause.
И также этот суд утверждает, что полицейские вообще не обязаны указывать, по каким фелониям или по каким обвинениям именно статью, по которых задерживают и обвиняют задерживаемых.
And that this court is empowered to find probable cause for any crime that fits within the statute that the police chose.
И суд может, этот суд должен найти основания для ареста по тем статьям, по которым полицейские выбрали в своем документе, в докладе.
So, 1201A is the reckless endangerment with a substantial risk of imminent death or physical injury.
И та статья 1А – это угроза жизни с использованием автомобиля.
Once the court finds probable cause for that, the court looks to subsection B, which determines the level of offense.
И если суд находит основания, дальше суд смотрит статью Б, в которой указываются детали и как дальше по этому делу это дело может пройти.
And in this case, the court finds that the alleged behavior involved a substantial risk of imminent death.
И этот суд находит, что находит основания, что угрозы были, которые могли привести к смерти.
Which makes it a class 6 felony.
И что означает это 6-й класс фелонии.
Of course, it is up to the county attorney to determine the formal charges that may be brought in this case.
И, конечно, это дело прокурора, по которому он захочет дальше продолжить это дело.
All right, anything else, counsel?
No, Your Honor.
Вашего адвоката больше нечего добавить.
All right. Mr. Mikhailyuk, the court does find probable cause on those remaining allegations against you.
Суд, мистер Михайлюк, суд находит основания, по которым вас обвиняют.
And Mr. Mendoza, I am prepared to appoint a lawyer for your client. It looks like you have noticed in for this hearing only.
И она спрашивает у мистера Мендоза, когда то, что при назначении адвоката вам на это дело, она видела, что мистер Мендоза согласился вас представлять, но только на сегодняшнем заседании.
Judge, I have been retained to represent my client throughout the proceedings. It's not just for this hearing.
И ваш адвокат говорит, что его наняли, чтобы он вас представлял на всех заседаниях и не только на сегодняшнем заседании.
All right, then I'm not appointing a lawyer for you, sir, because you have hired one.
Тогда я вам не назначаю публичного адвоката, так как у вас есть свой адвокат.
All right, I'm going to set your next court dates in a few minutes. First, I will hear from each side regarding conditions of release. Go ahead, Ms. Goff.
Я назначу следующую дату судебного заседания, но перед этим заслушаю каждую сторону условия вашего полного освобождения.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state is asking for a $250,000 cash-only bond.
Штат просит $250,000 налички, это внесение залога.
Along with electronic monitoring and alcohol and drug testing.
Также, чтобы у вас на вас поставили датчик и дача анализа на алкоголь.
The subject allegedly crashed into an occupied state trooper vehicle that was off to the side of lanes of traffic.
Подзащитный как утверждается обвинение, врезался в полицейский патруль, полицейский автомобиль, который был припаркован сбоку дороги.
He was driving a heavy-duty pickup truck that was towing a car hauler, which had at least one car on it.
Подзащитный ехал на пикапе, у которого был прицеп, а на прицепе был автомобиль, один автомобиль.
There was no evidence of braking prior to the collision.
Также нет свидетельств того, что подзащитный пытался затормозить перед аварией.
He allegedly showed numerous signs and symptoms of impairment.
Также, как утверждается, он несколько раз показывал знаки алкогольного опьянения.
His presumptive blood alcohol level was 0.29.
И предварительный уровень алкоголя в крови у него было 2.9.
And that was taken approximately 3 hours after the collision.
И эта концентрация была 3 часа, после 3 часов после аварии.
I provided the court and defense counsel with 3 photos of the collision.
Я предоставил суду и адвокату 3 фотографии с места аварии.
Given the significant nature both of his impairment and this collision, the state believes that he is a danger to the community.
Учитывая отягчающие обстоятельства этой аварии и в том состоянии, в котором он был, штат считает, что вы представляете угрозу обществу.
Additionally, the state believes that he is a significant flight risk.
А также штат считает, что вы находитесь на высоком риске покидания страны.
Our understanding is that he resides in the state of New York and has no known ties to Arizona.
Штат знает, что вы проживаете в штате Нью-Йорк, и то, что у вас нету никого близких, проживающих в Аризоне.
Our understanding is that he is a Ukrainian national and has only temporary protective status in the United States.
Также штат знает, что вы гражданин Украины, и в Штатах вы находитесь на временном статусе.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you, Judge. We are asking the court, at minimum, to not put an electronic monitor on my client.
Как минимум, мы просим, чтобы штат не устанавливал электронные отслеживающие устройства.
By doing that, it essentially ties him to have to stay here in Maricopa County.
И если это устройство установится, то последствия будут то, что мой клиент будет заперт в этой county, Maricopa County.
As the court's aware, my client doesn't live here. He doesn't have ties here, so putting that on him essentially forces him to have to find residence here for the pendency of this case, which could take up to a year.
И как уже штат знает, что мой клиент здесь не проживает, что у него здесь нету никого из родственников, и установка устройства ограничит его и принудит остаться в Maricopa County, пока идет это дело потенциально, которое может идти целый год.
My client and his family do live back east in New York. That is correct.
Мой клиент и его семья проживают в Нью-Йорке, да, это так.
He was passing through Arizona, obviously, for work purposes.
и он приезжал в Аризоне по причине работы.
I'm not aware of any criminal history for my client or any prior failures to appear with the court.
Я не знаком ни с какими происшествиями или криминальными делами моего клиента, либо то, что он не приходил на другие судебные дела.
I will point out to the court that the accident here, the aggravated assault, was not an intentional or knowing act. It appears to be a reckless act from what I'm reading.
И также хотел указать суду, что у моего клиента не было намерения совершать этой аварии, и что это было просто случайная авария.
I'd ask the court to consider his lack of history, the lack of intentionality with this act, and ask the court to impose a secured appearance bond.
И прошу суд учесть, что у моего клиента не было предыдущей криминальной истории, и что у вас не было намерения создать этот инцидент.
We're okay with him not having contact with the victims and doing alcohol or other type of monitoring. That's fine.
You can't do that out of state.
Мы согласны с тем условием, что мой клиент не связывался с пострадавшей стороной, и также мы согласны на анализы крови.
Again, Your Honor, my client having retained private counsel shows how serious he takes this matter and that he's not a flight risk.
И учитывая, что мой клиент нанял частного адвоката, это показывает серьезность его намерений и то, что он не собирается покинуть страну.
And for those reasons, we'd ask for the secured appearance bond.
И по этим причинам мы просим, чтобы суд назначил secured appearance. Это когда вы можете назначить заседание по виртуальным.
Counsel, does your client have a passport?
У вашего клиента есть паспорт?
Да, есть.
Yes, I do.
Is it with him in the state?
А он с вами, Татья?
Он находится в машине.
It's in
Пикапе.
the car.
In the truck, I assume he means.
It's in the vehicle.
That means it may well be in police custody.
Возможно, что паспорт у полицейских.
Just one moment. All right. Mr. Mikhailuk, this is what I'm ordering.
Мистер Михалюк, вот это мой будет ордер.
It is a $250,000 bond, but it is a secured bond.
Это вам назначается $250 тысяч бонд, но это secured bond. Your Honor, could you please explain the difference for the interpreter?
Yes, a secured bond means you can use the services of a bail bond company to possibly post bail for less than the full amount out of pocket.
Secured bond означает то, что вы можете использовать услуги компании, которые предоставляют бонды, и вам только придется частично сделать залог из своих средств.
They do require collateral and a fee, which is never returned.
Эти компании требуют, чтобы вы что-то заложили, и также эта услуга стоит денег.
At this moment in time, the court is placing you on an electronic ankle monitor with alcohol testing.
Также суд назначает вам установку электронного отслеживающего устройства и также мониторинг алкоголя, то есть ваших анализов.
You may not leave the state of Arizona without a further order of the trial judge.
Также вы не можете покинуть Аризону без ордера судьи, который будет назначен на это дело.
At such time as it can be verified whether the police have and intend to retain your passport as evidence.
Также до тех пор, пока полицейские не примут решение, что делать с вашим паспортом, или либо захотят они удержать ваш паспорт в качестве свидетельства,
Or whether they will release it to you so that you can comply with my order to surrender it to the clerk of the court.
До тех пор, пока вам не вернут, но если полицейские вам вернут ваш паспорт, то я назначаю, чтобы вы принесли этот паспорт клерку суда.
Then you may ask the trial judge for permission to go and reside out of state while the case is pending.
И после сдачи вашего паспорта в суд вы можете попросить судью, который будет назначен на это дело, чтобы он вам разрешил покинуть штат, пока длится это дело.
But this court is very concerned that you may flee the country to avoid prosecution in this case.
Тем не менее, этот суд очень обеспокоен тем, что вы можете покинуть страну, чтобы не выполнять последствия, то есть не видеть последствий этого дела.
Additionally, the court is extremely concerned that you are dangerous behind the wheel of a motor vehicle.
А также суд очень обеспокоен тем, что вы представляете угрозу, когда вы управляете автомобилем.
The blood alcohol level that has been alleged is significant evidence of long-term alcoholism.
Тот уровень алкоголя, который у вас был в крови, по которому вас обвиняют, показывает, что у вас есть проблемы с алкоголизмом.
And people who have an alcohol abuse problem tend to repetitively commit drunk driving offenses.
И те люди, у которых сталкиваются с такими проблемами, с алкоголем, они часто злоупотребляют и садятся в автомобиль, находясь в алкогольном опьянении.
So until another court orders differently, you will stay in Maricopa County.
До тех пор, пока другой суд не назначит что-то другое, я назначаю, чтобы вы оставались в Maricopa County.
You will not use alcohol, and you will test for us to prove that.
Вам запрещается использование алкоголя, и вам необходимо будет сдавать анализы, чтобы доказать, что вы не используете алкоголь.
And you will wear an ankle monitor to help ensure compliance.
Также вы будете носить мониторное устройство на ноге.
If you do comply and the trial court is satisfied regarding the status of your passport, then you may be able to obtain an order permitting you to travel while the case is pending.
Если вы будете выполнять те условия, которые назначил суд, впоследствии суд может вам разрешить покинуть штат, пока идет это дело.
You may not have any contact with the alleged victim.
Вы не можете связываться с пострадавшей стороной.
You may not possess any weapons nor any drugs without a valid prescription for them.
А также вам нельзя хранить оружие, и также нельзя хранить наркотические вещества, если только у вас будет рецепт от врача.
And you may not drive any motor vehicle at any time while the case is pending, unless there's a further order of the court.
Также вам запрещается вождение автомобилем, пока идет это дело, до тех пор, пока суд не даст вам разрешение.
The remainder of your orders are in writing, and you will receive a copy of them.
Оставшая часть этого ордера будет в письменной форме, и вам предоставят копию.
Anything further from the state?
Хочет ли штат что-нибудь добавить?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Нет.
Sir.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, and we were going to get you your copies. Counsel, if you want to use the room afterward, you are welcome to.
Thank you.
Вашему адвокату разрешается использовать комнату, если он захочет.
All right, thank you so much to the interpreter. I really, really appreciate having a court interpreter here. Thank you. Have a great day.
You too. Bye-bye.
May I excuse?
Yes, it's okay. All right, and so let's move on to our Spanish matters when the officers are ready. Thank you for your patience, Ms. Cerezo.
Of course, Your Honor.
We should have, I mean, I knew it was going to be long. I didn't know it was going to be that long. We should have told you that we would contact you. I apologize. All right, let's go with Mr. Bustamante, David Bustamante.
David Bustamante.
He's coming. And then Mr. Vidales Cortez, will you please go to the chair?
Señor Vidales Cortés, por favor, vaya a la silla.
All right. Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Señor, hola, por favor, denos su nombre y su fecha de nacimiento, por favor.
David Oliver Bustamante Valenzuela, el 11 de abril del 2000.
David Oliver Bustamante Valenzuela, April 11, 2000.
All right, sir. You have been arrested on the following allegations.
Bien, señora, usted se le arrestó por las siguientes acusaciones.
2 allegations of possessing narcotic drugs for sale.
2 acusaciones de tenencia de narcóticos para la venta.
And 1 allegation of possessing dangerous drugs for sale.
Y una por tenencia de drogas nocivas para la salud.
All of those
Para
are
la
class
venta, I'm
2.
sorry, para la venta.
Sorry. All those are class 2 felonies.
Todos son delitos de clase 2.
Also, possession of drug paraphernalia, which is a class 6 felony.
También adminículos para el consumo de drogas, el cual es un ilícito clase 6.
There is probable cause for all of these crimes, and I am appointing a lawyer to represent you in this case.
Hay los motivos fundados para procesarle y voy a asignarle un defensor de oficio en este caso.
Your next court date is a status conference, April 9th at 8:30 in the morning.
Su próxima audiencia es el día 9 de abril a las 8:30. Es una consulta de actualización.
And your preliminary hearing is April 11th at 8:30 in the morning.
Y la audiencia preliminar es el día 11 de abril a las 8:30 de la mañana.
The dates and the court address are on your paperwork.
Las fechas y la dirección del tribunal están en sus papeles.
Your bond is $5,000. It is secured.
Su fianza es de $5,000 y puede usar fiador.
And you have written conditions in this case you must comply with also.
Y también tiene condiciones por escrito con las que también debe de cumplir.
Those include no weapons and no drugs without a valid prescription.
Incluye no tener armas, no tener drogas sin una receta médica.
And you must contact your probation officer within 72 hours if you do post bond.
Y si usted deposita fianza, tiene que contactar o comunicarse con su agente de régimen a prueba a más tardar en 72 horas.
And the notes that I have indicate there are warrants out for you in both of your probation cases.
Las notas que tengo dicen que hay órdenes de aprehensión activas en ambos casos por quebrantamiento de régimen a prueba.
And but right now we do not appear to have the paperwork to allow me to handle those probation warrants right now.
Pero en este momento no contamos con los papeles que me permitirían manejar los casos de quebrantamiento de régimen a prueba en este momento.
So if my staff cannot find the paperwork in the system, you will have to come back for a later hearing.
Así es que si mis empleados no pueden encontrar los papeles para esos casos, usted tendría que regresar para otra audiencia.
But we will let you know if we are able to obtain that paperwork so that at least you can be done here a little bit sooner.
Pero le vamos a avisar a ver si encontramos esos papeles para que por lo menos haya terminado con esos papeles un poco antes de tiempo.
The step to your left, that will take care of the new arrest.
Las cosas se van a fijar por el arresto nuevo.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Vidales?
Muy bien. Señor Vidales.
Vas a pasar ahí por la puerta. Pasa ahí por la puerta y toma asiento, ¿ok?
Good afternoon, sir. Can I have your full name and date of birth, please?
Buenas tardes, señor. Por favor, su nombre completo y su fecha de nacimiento.
José Juan Vidales Cortés, 28 de octubre de 1987.
José Juan Vidales Cortés, October 28, 1987.
All right, thank you. You are here on 3 matters.
Gracias. Usted está aquí por 3 asuntos.
One is a new felony case. I'm going to start with that.
Uno es un delito nuevo. Voy a empezar con ese.
You have been charged by a grand jury with the following crimes.
Un jurado indagador le ha acusado de los siguientes ilícitos.
Trafficking in stolen property in the first degree, which is a class 2 felony.
Tráfico de artículos robados en primer grado, que es un delito de clase 2.
And theft as a class 6 felony.
Y robo como delito de clase 6.
The alleged offense date is July 21st of 2021.
El supuesto ilícito se llevó a cabo el 21 de julio de 2021.
You will receive a copy of the charges and police reports from your lawyer, and I am appointing a lawyer to represent you in this case. No, I apologize. I'm not. Go ahead.
Su abogado le va a proveer la copia del informe policial y lo que se pretende en este caso, y le voy a asignar un defensor de oficio. No le voy a asignar un defensor de oficio.
Because you don't financially qualify, and you told our court staff that you do intend to hire your own lawyer.
Porque usted no califica, por su situación financiera, no califica para que se le asigne un defensor de oficio, y usted le dijo al personal que usted va a contratar a su propio abogado.
You also have the right to represent yourself in this case.
Y también tiene el derecho a representarse a sí mismo en este caso.
Your next court date in this case is an arraignment hearing on April 10th at 8:30 in the morning.
Su próxima audiencia es una vista incoatoria el día 10 de abril a las 10 de la mañana.
The address and the date will be on your paperwork.
La dirección y la fecha van a estar en sus papeles.
You're also here on a warrant from the Encanto Justice Court.
También está aquí por una orden de aprehensión por el Tribunal de Paz o el Juzgado de Paz de Encanto.
And in that case, you have been accused of driving on a suspended, revoked, or without a driver's license.
Y en ese caso se le acusa de manejar con una licencia suspendida, revocada o sin licencia.
That is a class 1 misdemeanor.
Esa es una falta clase 1.
This dates back to January of 2018.
Esto tiene que ver con la fecha de enero de 2018.
Your arraignment hearing in that court will be April 7 at 8:30 in the morning.
Su incoatoria para ese caso en este juzgado sería el 7 de abril a las 8:30 de la mañana.
And the address will be on your paperwork.
La dirección va a estar en sus papeles.
Finally, you were arrested for the same offense of driving on a suspended, revoked, or without a driver's license.
Finalmente, a usted se le arrestó por el mismo tipo de ilícito que es manejar sin licencia o con licencia revocada o suspendida,
which is a Class 1 misdemeanor.
lo cual es una falta clase 1.
Your next court date in the Buckeye City Court will be April 9th at 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
Su próxima audiencia en el juzgado de Buckeye será el día 9 de abril a la 1 de la tarde.
And the address will be on your paperwork.
Y la dirección va a estar en sus papeles.
All right, in these cases, the court has considered the 3 times that you were released in the Encanto case and then did not go to court.
En estos casos, el tribunal va a tomar en cuenta las 3 veces que le dejaron en libertad en el juzgado de Encanto y usted no regresó a su audiencia.
The court has considered that there are 3 instances in your criminal history of formal removal from the United States by the federal authorities.
También en este caso, este tribunal va a tomar en cuenta que hubo 3 ocasiones en las que a usted se le sacó formalmente de los Estados Unidos por el gobierno federal.
Which is a strong indicator that you may not be legally present in the country right now.
Lo cual es un gran indicativo de que en este momento usted no está presente en el país de manera legal.
And if that were true, you would have a strong motive not to appear for any future court hearings.
Y si eso fuera verdad, usted tendría gran razón para no presentarse a sus audiencias posteriores.
So the bond is set in the felony case at $3,000 secured.
Así es que la fianza por el caso del delito se fija en $3,000 con posibilidad de usar fiador.
In each of the other 2 cases, it is $1,000 secured.
Y en cada uno de los otros casos es de $1,000 cada una y también podría usar fiador.
That is $5,000 total between the 3 cases.
Eso son $5,000 en total entre los 3 casos.
If you have the income that you say you do, you can likely afford that bail.
Si usted tiene los ingresos que usted dice que tiene, entonces es muy probable que usted sí pueda depositar esa fianza.
So you should be aware that if you miss a court date, there will be a warrant issued for your arrest and you will not receive the bail money back.
Así es que usted debe saber, tiene que estar enterado que si usted no se presenta a alguna de esas audiencias, se giraría una orden de arresto y no le van a regresar la fianza.
In the felony case, you are also ordered to have no contact with the alleged victim.
En el caso del delito, también se le ordena no tener comunicación ni contacto con la supuesta víctima.
And not to return to the scene of the alleged crime.
Y no regresar al lugar del supuesto ilícito.
Your complete orders are in writing. If you'll step to your left, they will give you a copy. Thank you.
Todas sus órdenes están por escrito y le van a dar una copia si va hacia su izquierda. Gracias.
All right. And if the interpreter can make a general call for service, please.
Yes, Your Honor. ¿Hay alguien más que necesite asistencia en español?
Okay, looks like we're good. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Of course, thank you, Your Honor. You too.
All right, Mr. Soriano, Rafael Soriano, and then Mr. Hoke or Hoke, Ariful Hoke, to the chair. Right now I need Mr. Soriano, please. Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Rafael Soriano, 6176.
All right, thanks. You're here on 2 matters. One is a new case and one's a warrant in an older case. In the new case, you got booked in for possessing dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony, and obstruction of justice by the refusal to provide a true name. That's a Class 2 misdemeanor. There is probable cause for both of those, and I am appointing a lawyer for you. You'll have the same lawyer in this case that you have for the other matter, which is number 8 on the calendar. You have already been charged in that case with dangerous drug possession, a Class 4 felony, You failed to appear at a status conference on October 24th of last year, and there was a warrant issued for your arrest. So you'll end up with the same lawyer for both cases. Right now, it looks like I can give you the same next court date. It's a status conference for both cases, April 9th at 8:30 in the morning, and that is this coming Wednesday, April 9th, 8:30 in the morning. Your preliminary hearing in the new case only will be Friday, April 11th at 8:30. That'll be on your paperwork. Now, in the new case, because there's probable cause for a new felony, while you have any pending felony case, you're not eligible for bail today. You must be held for a bail hearing. So I'm setting a third hearing in that case. It is a bail hearing. It's also an evidentiary hearing. So on your paperwork, it will say evidentiary hearing. That's April 10th, 1:30 in the afternoon. You may or may not be found eligible for bail in a week, but you are not eligible today. You'll see your lawyer the day before. That person can explain to you what's going to happen at your bail hearing the next day. That's the new case only. You do not have any bail. You can't bond out in that case. In the older case, I'm just going to affirm the warrant amount that was set last fall, which is $500 secured with written conditions. But you shouldn't try to post that bond if you are still being held without bond in the new case. You need to wait for the outcome in the new case before you try to post bond. Everything I just told you is on your paperwork. If you step to your left, the officers will give you a copy. Thank you. Mr. Hoque? And then Theo Riojas, will you please go to the chair? Hello, sir. May I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Araful Hawk, August 3rd, 1990.
Okay, thanks. Here are three things. It looks like 2 probation warrants and 1 new arrest. In the new case, you're arrested for 4 things. 6 things. For purposes of this hearing only, the court finds probable cause for 1 of those, and that is possession of a weapon by a prohibited person. That's a class 4 felony. There is probable cause for that. You're also booked in on possession for sale of multiple kinds of drugs, a total of 4 allegations of drug possession for sale, and possession of a weapon during the commission of a drug trafficking crime. The police did not provide adequate support for their claim of what those drugs were. If I had to bet, I would bet they're probably right, but they have to meet a legal standard in their Form 4, in their booking paperwork. They failed to do that. So for purposes of this hearing only, the court is not finding probable cause on those drug-related allegations. It does not mean that they're dismissed. It just means I'm not setting release conditions for them. I'm setting release conditions on the weapons possession only. The county attorney can still go forward against you on all of those drug charges. So you need to talk to your lawyer about how that works. But there is probable cause for 1 new felony, and that is the drug possession. So I'm appointing a lawyer for you. You can talk to your lawyer more about how that works. I'm also appointing a lawyer in both of your probation cases because you were already in warrant status in both of your probation cases. Back on November 10th of 2022, there were warrants issued for your arrest for failing to comply with your probation in 2 felony cases. That is violation of terms 6 and 7. You'll get copies of those petitions from your lawyer. And as I said, I'm appointing a lawyer for you in all of these things. And in your case, I am not able to put your next hearing together. I'm going to end up giving you different court dates for the probation and the new case, but they will come together in the system eventually. So your first court date in the new case from yesterday is a status conference on April 9th, which is this Wednesday at 8:30 in the morning, with a preliminary hearing Friday, April 11th at 8:30. The dates and the address will be on your paperwork. You'll go to probation court in between, which is Thursday, April 10th at 8:30. That'll be a revocation, arraignment, and possible disposition hearing. Now, in your Class 2 felony probation case, the court finds you are substantially likely to be revoked to prison. So you do not have bail in that case. That is the Class 2 felony case, the one that's conspiracy to sell drugs. Then in each of the other 2 cases, so that's the weapons case from yesterday, and the you have a Prop 200. You have a drug possession probation case that is a Class 6. In each of those, your bond is $10,000 secured with written conditions. You shouldn't try to post the bond in those, though, if you're still being held no bond in that Class 2 probation case. So talk to your lawyer about all of that. You're going to end up with the same lawyer for everything, and everything I just told you is on your paperwork. If you step to your left, I'm going to give you a copy of it. Thank you. Mr. Riojas? And then Joshua Howard, will you go to the chair, please? Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Theo Riojas, 10975.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Riojas. You are here on 3 things. 1 is a new case, and 2 are probation holds. In the new case, You were arrested for allegations of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon or dangerous instrument. That's a Class 3 felony. Possession of dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony. And possession of a weapon by a prohibited person. That's a Class 4 felony. There is probable cause for all of those, and I am appointing a lawyer to represent you. Your next court date in this case will be a status conference Wednesday, April 9th at 8:30 in the morning, with a preliminary hearing Friday, April 11th at 8:30, and that court address will be on your paperwork. You are on probation for Class 4 felonies in 2 different cases, and the probation department will be filing a petition to revoke your probation in both cases based on this new arrest. So I'm appointing a lawyer for you. You'll end up with the same lawyer for everything, and I am giving you a court date in probation court of April 10th at 8:30 in the morning. That's a revocation arraignment and possible disposition hearing. In each of the 2 probation cases, the court finds that you will, in all reasonable probability, be revoked to prison, and so you are held without bail in both of those probation cases. You do not have bond. In the new case, you have a $50,000 secured appearance bond and written conditions. You shouldn't try to post out, though, if you're still being held in your probation case.
Yes, ma'am.
Absolutely no contact with the alleged victim, whether you are in or out of jail. Everything else is on your paperwork. If you step to your left, you get a copy. Thank you. Mr. Howard. And then Tyler McKaywa, will you please go to the chair? Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Joshua Howard, 22381.
Thank you. Here on a new case, you were arrested for aggravated assault. That's a Class 3 felony. There is probable cause for that, and I am appointing a lawyer to represent you. Your next court date is a status conference this coming Wednesday, April 9th at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court, with a preliminary hearing April 11th, 8:30 in the morning, same court, and that address is on your paperwork. In this case, your bond is $25,000. It is secured. You have written release conditions as well. You have to comply with. That's no contact with the alleged victim, whether you're in or out of jail. If you're out of jail, do not go to the scene of the alleged crime. No weapons, no drugs, no alcohol. Everything's going to be on your paperwork. If you step to your left, they're going to give you a copy. Thank you. Mr. McKayla. And then Carnisha Smith, will you go to the chair? Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and date of birth, please?
Tyler Makua, April 28, 1999.
Thank you. Mr. Makua, you're here on a probation warrant from Coconino County. And in this case, on April 1st, so just 2 days ago, there was a probation violation warrant issued for you. It looks like you're on felony DUI probation up there, and there's been a petition to revoke your probation filed. So I'm going to let them know they should appoint a lawyer for you when you get there. Your arraignment hearing in Coconino is scheduled for April 8th, which is this Tuesday, 5 days from now, 8:30 in the morning. I am affirming the Coconino judge's bond in your case, which is $10,000 cash only. If you post it, you need to be up in Flagstaff on the 8th at 8:30, or you'll lose that bail money. If you don't post it, the Coconino sheriffs are going to have to come and get you from Maricopa. So everything's on your paperwork. If you do bond out, be sure to call your PO within 72 hours.
I have a question. I was bonded out last night, but they paged to me. That's the reason why I'm in here.
Okay, so you bonded out on something else?
I bonded out on a probation violation here.
Okay.
Because I did inter-county transfers, so I don't know why they violated me over here, which is why I'm facing the violation here.
Sure. I can't help you with that. That's unfortunate. What you can do is ask, if you can't post the additional 10, you can ask the Maricopa judge to exonerate what was posted and just give it back. That if you never made it out of jail, your lawyer can help you ask the Maricopa judge to exonerate the bond that was posted, so it goes back to whoever posted it.
Well, will I still go to the probation hearing here?
Yeah, here's the funny problem. Right, you bonded out, so you're officially released. Let me look at when your court date is. The most you can probably do is...
My court date was supposed to be April 7th. Yeah,
it is the 7th. Yeah, you do have a problem. So you don't have this 10 grand, I take it, right?
No.
Okay. You know what we can do? What I think I'd just do you a favor, do probation court a favor. Can you just make a note? Can we just email the probation division and just say, for this gentleman, we just wanted to alert you that even though he bonded out on the 2nd, he got a page 2 from Coconino, and he is actually in custody. And that way they can get you on a transport list for the 7th. And so you can just say, McLaughlin asked if you email them and see about getting him on a transport list for the 7th. And that way, because you could try a tank order, but good luck. And so that will just save everybody a lot of trouble. And then hopefully, even though you're out of custody on those, if the judge puts you on their transport order, I think they'll still bring you. So.
But will I still get that bail money back?
Yeah, and then when you get there, say to your lawyer, hey, by the way, that got posted before the Coconino bond hit, so can you ask the judge to give it back to whoever posted it? So if it was family, friends, or you, they'll just exonerate it to whoever posted it. It's very normal. I would be stunned if the court didn't agree to give it back, but you just need your lawyer to ask the court for that order, because I don't have any current jurisdiction or power over your probation cases. They're not in front of me today. So when you go on the 7th, that's when you need to have your lawyer be sure to get you that bond order so that whoever posted it gets it back.
Okay.
All right. Good luck, sir. If you step to your left, gate paperwork.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Ms. Smith? Hi, ma'am. Can I have your full name and date of birth, please?
Carter Smith, 261987.
All right. So you're here on a warrant from the Flagstaff Justice Court up in Coconino County. This warrant issued March 3rd of this year, and it is a pre-adjudication failure to appear in, I saw it on here. I get very limited. Actually, this is the one where they list it as an undesignated offense. They don't say what the underlying offense is. They don't have to. Because failure to appear itself is a crime. So they've listed it as a failure to appear. I don't know what the underlying offense is. So you're going to have to go to Flagstaff Justice Court and find out. And that's an arraignment hearing April 8th at 8:30 in the morning. That's this Tuesday up in Flagstaff, and the address is on your paperwork. I am affirming that judge's bond. It is $5,000. It is secured. That means you can use a bail bondsman. If you bond out, you need to be in that court on Tuesday morning at 8:30, or you lose your bond money.
Okay.
If you don't bond out, Coconino County Sheriffs have to take you up there and put you in front of the judge.
Okay.
So everything's on your paperwork. If you step to your left, she's got a copy. Thank you. Don Birdwell, and then after that, I need Lloyd Wac, please. Don Birdwell is next, or Lloyd Wac. I'll take either one. Okay. All right, here comes Birdwell. All right, Mr. Womack, you can just have a seat right by the door. Yeah, you'll be after her. Go ahead, ma'am. All right, good afternoon. Can I have your full name and date of birth?
Dawn Ellen Birdwell, 52370.
All right, thanks. You're here on two things. One is a new arrest and one is a warrant.
Yes.
Both of these are going out of the Goodyear City Court. In the new case, you're booked in for 2 allegations of shoplifting, which is basically violating the shoplifting statute in 2 different ways, but it is the same offense conduct, but that's why there's 2 allegations. They're both Class 1 misdemeanors. The warrant is for shoplifting, a Class 1 misdemeanor, and it is a failure to appear warrant. I apologize, it's a failure to pay warrant that was issued January 3rd of this year. So, oops, sorry, I got on the wrong screen. The next court date will be the same in Goodyear for both of these cases. It is this coming Wednesday, April 9th at 8:30 in the morning, and the court address is on your paperwork. In each of these 2 cases, your bond is $150. It is secured. That's $300 total. If you bond out, comply with all of your conditions. Do not go back to the store where you were arrested yesterday. No contact with any witnesses there. No contact with any co-defendant. It appears you probably have one. He'll have the same order. Everything else is on your paperwork. If you don't post bond, you'll have a lawyer at the next hearing to help you with the bond issue only.
Okay.
You do not otherwise get a court-appointed lawyer in a shoplifting case unless it's a felony shoplift, which yours isn't yet. If you step to your left, you get a copy of that paperwork. Thanks.
Thank you.
Mr. Womack, and then Mitchell Bell, we go to the check. Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and date of birth, please?
Lloyd Charles Womack III, 9/16/92.
All right, thanks. You're here on a warrant from the Country Meadows Justice Court. This is a driving unsuspended license case. This is a post-adjudication warrant for failure to pay or failure to comply with court orders issued July 10th of 2024. This offense is from September 12th of 2017. Your next court date is an arraignment hearing April 7th, which is this Monday, so 4 days from now, 8:30 in the morning in the Country Meadows Justice Court. That address is on your paperwork. Your bond is $100. It is secured, and that is because I have looked back through your history of court appearances in this case, and the court believes you don't have any intention of going.
I do have.
All right, well, we're going to make this very annoying and troublesome for you, so that, meaning you have to bond out now, which is annoying and troublesome. The purpose of it is to make this extra unpleasant, so you don't do it again.
I have a mayor warrant as well.
A what?
And
Mayor Justice Court? I don't have that.
They didn't pick me up on it, But I plan on calling them both today and starting a payment plan as soon as I get out.
For sure. And then, when you're out, if you,
On the 7th, I have a court
you
date?
still have to go on the 7th. And so, just so you know, we will absolutely be able to see if this wasn't enough to get you to go.
I actually plan on, they would cancel the court date if I make payment, if I start a payment plan.
They have to do that though,
Yeah.
I can't, so yes, exactly. Go
I got
deal
you.
with them. If you ignore them. this
$100
is
bond
what-
though? I can't.
$100 bond. The purpose is because
Yeah,
I have looked in fine detail
I
at
know.
your history.
My
in this
history
case.
was horrible.
Yeah, it was not.
I agree with you on that.
It was absolutely not good, and it culminated, because I get you and a couple of them confused.
There's
Yeah,
any
they got-
possible way you give me one last chance? I'll make those payments today.
No,
Hey, I
sir.
understand.
No.
I understand.
The whole point of it is to slow this down and make it annoying so that you don't do it again.
How long
You can't
should-
annoy them. It's
How
not up
long
to
should it
me.
take to bail out if they post it right away?
Talk to these guys. Yeah,
Gotcha.
talk to these guys. All right, good luck. Mr. Bell? And then Kenneth York, will you go to the chair? Hi, sir, can I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
My name is Mitchell Dean Bell, November 23rd, 1987.
Okay, thanks. You're hearing a new case. You got arrested for aggravated driving under the influence of alcohol or drugs with a suspended license. That's a Class 4 felony. Aggravated DUI by wrong way driving. That's a Class 4 felony. DUI alleged 3 different ways. One is while impaired to the slightest degree by alcohol or drugs. One is with blood alcohol of 0.08 or more. The other one is with extreme DUI, blood alcohol of 0.15 to 0.20. Those last 3 are all Class 1 misdemeanors. The punishment differs depending on what a person is convicted of, so you can talk to your lawyer about that. I am appointing a lawyer for you. Your next court date is a status conference, April 17th at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court. That is about 2 weeks from now. Preliminary hearing, April 21st at 8:30. And I am going to release you with alcohol testing and monitoring. Because lucky for you, lucky for everyone, you're not accused of hurting anybody last night. The Russian hearing we had to suffer through for 40 minutes, that guy was. So I hope you were paying attention to what happened in his case. Right now, at this moment, if you get convicted of a felony DUI, you face a mandatory minimum of 120 days in the state penitentiary, followed by probation. You can't get probation on felony DUI until you've done 4 months in an orange jumpsuit at a men's prison, not the county jail. If that's not enough to scare somebody into complying, then I can't help that. So you don't have a giant history of DUI. Your blood alcohol is not low. It's not 0.29, but it was like 0.18 or something. And you've got a reckless in your history, which 9.5 times out of 10 started as a DUI and got pled down to reckless. You've got a liquor crime, intoxicated pedestrian in Wyoming. There's a lot of signs of alcoholism in your criminal history. You also don't have a valid license. So I want to be very, very clear. You don't have permission to drive, not from me, not from the state of Arizona, because it looks like your license may have been canceled out of Wyoming, which means you don't have the legal right to drive. I put it 2 places in your order so that there is zero confusion. You don't drive. You will alcohol test for us, and everything else is going to be on your paperwork. But I'm going to release you and hope that you really don't want to go to prison and you're going to defend your case. And you're not stupid enough to go do it again while it's pending. Because then the county will start their offer at 2.5 years. Because if you lose on both, you'll get 4.5. So they'll bargain you down to 2.5 years in prison. That should scare normal people. So take your orders, don't violate them, don't miss your court dates. I did give you a lawyer, but you're not going to see your lawyer for 2 weeks. So don't lose the envelope. It tells you how to call pretrial. There's also a bus pass in it, okay? So you got to start taking the bus, take an Uber, walk, wherever you're going, get a ride, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, just accept your up-to-date paperwork. Ms. York, and then Jesus Diarte, we please go to the chair. Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and date of birth?
Kenneth York, 3689.
Okay, thanks. You're on a new case. You got arrested for possessing narcotic drugs as a Class 4 felony and drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony. There is probable cause for those, and I am appointing a lawyer for you. Your next court date is a status conference, April 17th, which is 2 weeks from now at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court, with a preliminary hearing April 21st at 8:30. The court address is on your paperwork. I'm going to release you to pretrial services. I know about your criminal history.
Yeah.
This is a drug charge.
Yeah.
And you haven't had a violent case since 2008. Hopefully, you know enough to show up for court, talk to your lawyer. People in your position are still getting some probation offers. You may well get one. You won't know unless you show up.
Yeah.
If you don't show up, we're going to look at your 4 priors and we're going to give you a bond.
No, I appreciate you.
So just come to court, comply with your conditions, okay? And you'll get an envelope. It's got a bus pass in it. Don't lose it. It's got your instructions, okay?
I got my truck, my driver's license. I got my
Okay.
CDL permit. I got everything.
Great. Okay. And so just take the envelope, and that'll tell you where to call after you get out just to report in. I'm not going to make you drug test because, frankly, in cases like yours, it's a waste of money right now. It might not be if you take a conviction and we want to monitor you on probation. Right now, I'm pretty sure what the result would be. So we don't spend money on that right now, unless you come in on driving under the influence.
Okay.
So in any event, everything's on your paperwork. Just give us a second. If you step out, she'll hand that to you, and she'll be out in a few hours. Okay?
I appreciate you.
All right. Good luck.
You have a good day.
Mr. Diarte, and then Mr. Birdwell Rush. We go to the chair. Where's Mr. Diarte? Okay, thanks. Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and date of birth, please?
Jesus Diarte, January 18th, 1991.
Okay, thanks. You're here on an arrest warrant for an older case. You've been charged in a criminal complaint with possessing dangerous and narcotic drugs. Those are both Class 4 felonies. Also possessing drug paraphernalia, which is a Class 6 felony. And the date of offense goes back to October 25 of 2023. And it looks like there was an attempt made to send you a summons. We didn't have a working address, and we don't hold that against you. You have not missed any court dates. So you'll get police reports and a copy of the charges from your lawyer. It looks like this comes out of the Phoenix Police Department, but you'll get all that from your lawyer. I am appointing a lawyer for you. I'm giving you 2 court dates. The first is a status conference, April 17th at 8:30 in the morning. The second is a preliminary hearing, April 21 at 8:30 in the morning. They're in downtown Phoenix, and the court address is on your paperwork. And as I said, you have not missed any court dates, so you qualify for release on your own recognizance. I'm just going to release you. Right now, your risk assessment score doesn't tell me to send you to pretrial, probably because you don't have any felony convictions. So you don't have to report in. You just have to show up, okay?
Okay.
Everything's on your paperwork. Don't miss that court date, okay?
Okay.
Step to your left to get that copy. Thank you. Mr. Birdwell Rush. And then Mr. Angelov, Angelov, will you please go to the chair? Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Don Michael Birdwell Rush, 12992.
Okay, thanks. You got arrested in a case that's going to go out of Goodyear City Court. The charges are 2 counts of shoplifting, both alleged as Class 1 misdemeanors, and there is probable cause for those. It's the same offense conduct. They allege that it violated the statute in 2 different ways.
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm not appointing a lawyer for you because I'm releasing you. The only way you would get a lawyer in a case like this, in a shoplift misdemeanor, is if I gave you a bond, we give you a lawyer to help you with the bond. But I'm not giving you a bond. You don't appear to have the failure to appear issue that your co-defendant does, so I'm just releasing you. Your court date is April 23rd at 1 in the afternoon. It's in Goodyear. I'm releasing you. Do not go back to the scene of the crime.
I won't. I
no
promise.
contact with any of the witnesses there, no contact with your co-defendant. Everything is on your paperwork. As long as you show up, we don't have a reason to hold you in a shoplift case.
Yes.
Her problem was she doesn't like to show up.
So, wait, is she not being released today?
Right, she got a bond. She got a total of $300. You're getting released. I'm trying to explain to you the difference between the two of you.
Yes, I understand.
She's ditching court in a shoplift case and comes in on a shoplift case. You're just freshly here on a shoplift. I don't have any reason to think you're not going to court, unless you give me one next time. So just show up. Don't go to this store. All is well.
And I'll get the call in the paperwork right there?
Correct. And you're going to get out in a few hours. Just don't lose your paperwork because your court date isn't for like almost 3 weeks. So don't lose it because that tells you where to be in 3 weeks.
Okay.
All right. If you step to your left, you'll get a copy of that, okay? Thanks. Mr. Angelo? And then I'm going to do the preamble for the FOJs together. So Mr. Malone and Mr. McCormick, just be ready because you guys will be next. Okay. All right. Mr. Angelov, can I have your full name and date of birth, please?
My name is Tihomir Angelov, date of birth 10/11/1964.
Okay, thank you. You're here on 2 things. You were arrested on new charges, and then the probation department placed a hold on you that I will explain in a moment. So in the new case, you were arrested on allegations of possessing narcotic drugs for sale and dangerous drugs for sale, 2 types of each drug. So 2 counts of narcotics, 2 counts of dangerous. Those are class 2 felonies. I am appointing a lawyer for you in this new case, and I'm giving you 2 court dates. The first will be a status conference April 17th, which is 2 weeks from now, at 8:30 in the morning. The second is a preliminary hearing April 21st at 8:30 in the same court, and the address is on your paperwork. Now, in this case, I am releasing you because I did not find probable cause for the drug allegations. Just like with your co-defendant, the police did not provide specific enough information regarding how they identified the alleged drug.
I'm sorry.
So it's basically, they didn't do an adequate job in your booking paperwork. So for purposes of this hearing, you are entitled to be released. As I put in my order, these charges are not dismissed. You're just entitled to be released. So between now and your next court date, the county attorney will choose whether to file formal charges and what those charges may be. But for right now, you don't have any other release conditions. I'm just giving you a lawyer and your court dates, and then you go. Same in your probation case, because the probation department is only alleging that this arrest violates probation. Right now, in front of me, they're not alleging any other violation of probation, just the new case. And because I didn't find probable cause on the new case, I cannot find probable cause that you violated your probation. I am not dismissing the probation violation proceedings, though, because I am not the probation court. What we do is we release you, but we give you a lawyer and a court date. So same thing in your probation case. I'm finding no probable cause. I apologize. I got to reprint this one. I forgot to check the box. So no probable cause for probation violation. It's not dismissed. The court date in probation court is actually going to happen first just because of the timing. It's a little weird, but it's going to be April 10th, which is 1 week from today, 8:30 in the morning, and the address is on your paperwork. So I'll just remind you that you always have an obligation to call your PO within 72 hours of any release from jail. And when I looked at your notes, it looks like you have been in some contact with your PO, so you should know the number. So when you get out, you need to call them within 3 days, tell them what happened, just give them the information, they'll take it down, and you just keep being on probation while all of this is happening, okay? Any questions?
Can I explain it? I was a wrong place and wrong time. I just want to explain it to you.
Okay, well, and talk to your lawyer about that, for sure.
Okay.
Right now, this is the best, about the best outcome you could get from me.
Okay, thank you
is that I'm not holding you. I didn't find probable cause.
Okay.
It doesn't mean you're out of the woods. So you need, it doesn't mean like this one, doesn't mean you don't still have a bad problem.
No, I know.
So when you get out, you need to call your probation officer, be compliant, go to your court dates. I gave you a lawyer, consult with your lawyer about the overall case, okay? All right, but for today, you're going to be out in a few hours, okay?
Do I have everything in a paper?
Yes, everything is on your paper, so don't lose that paper, okay?
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. I can be released today?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay.
Don't miss your court dates. Call your PO after you get out, okay?
Okay.
All right, it's right there, sir.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, then let me have Mr. Malone and Mr. McCormick come in together, please. I just want to give you some information at the same time. Mr. Malone and Mr. McCormick. Okay. All right, and if you're done with the card, Mr. McCormick, you can leave it there. If you want to hold on to it, you can. You can just throw it there, yeah, if you're done with it. Okay. All right, so gentlemen, I'm not doing your cases yet. I'm going to give you, you're both here on out-of-state warrants, and so there's some stuff I want to tell you. It's just easier if I do it at once, and then I'll do your cases one at a time, okay? So each of you is here on an out-of-state warrant, which means you have extradition rights. It's very different than an in-state warrant. These are your extradition rights. Number one, you have the right to have an extradition hearing here in Arizona within 90 days after today. And the extradition hearing is to show whether the state that wants you has the legal right to take you back to their state without your consent. So that's extradition. So 90 days for that. As part of that whole process, they have to get a governor's warrant, literally signed by the governors of each state. And they present those governor's warrants to the Arizona court as part of proving that they have the legal right to take you. So those are called governor's warrants. You have the right to have governor's warrants produced from both states in your case. Third right is the right to hire a lawyer at your own expense to represent you in the extradition case. You're not constitutionally entitled to a lawyer in extraditions, because they are civil court cases. They're not criminal court cases. Your criminal case is happening back at the state that wants you. That's where you do have the right to a lawyer if you can't afford one. What you have in extradition court is the right to hire a lawyer at your own expense or to represent yourself. And your last right, actually, it's one that I think only you have, Mr. McCormick. It's the right to bail. Mr. Malone, you're here on a parole warrant. Once you've been convicted, Arizona law says we cannot give you bail in an extradition case. So, yeah, yours is the one. It is parole violation. So, regardless of whether you decide to have your extradition hearing or give up your right, which I'll tell you about in a second, you have to be held no bond either way. But Mr. McCormick, you would have the right to bail if you do not waive extradition. And in your case, that's going to be on top of any bond that the court sets in the Arizona case. There will be bond in the Arizona case. But the bond in your California case, I would affirm at $32,500 cash. And so that's if you don't waive extradition. If you want to have that hearing, that's the 90-day track. I will set bond for you and give you your next court date. Mr. Malone, if you don't want to waive extradition today, I will give you your next court hearing, but I must hold you no bond either way. So that's if you want your extradition hearing or you just don't want to decide today. We do give people an opportunity to bypass the whole 90-day process and agree to go back. That's called waiving extradition. And in that case, I could take your waiver. I have to do some formal questions to make sure you understand your rights before I ask if you want to give them up. If you do want to give them up, that will end the Arizona extradition case. It will start a 30-day clock running against the state that wants you. But Mr. McCormick, that clock doesn't start in your case until you're done with your Arizona case. So you have an Arizona case. Mr. Malone, I don't see any Arizona cases for you. So you would just need to know that if something popped up, like a warrant from a city court for a traffic misdemeanor, if it's a criminal warrant, it's going to stop the clock against Mississippi. You deal with your Arizona case, and then their clock starts over at day one. You're held no bond, but they get 30 calendar days to come and get you. And you never go back to court because that ends the extradition case. If you give up your right to the extradition hearing, you will not have any more court hearings in your extradition case. So, I know that's a little bit complicated. I'm going to take your cases one at a time. You can ask me questions. I can try to recap that. So, Mr. McCourt, why don't you go ahead and have a seat? I'm going to start with you, Mr. Malone. All right, so there you go. Okay, sir, can I have your full name and date of birth, please?
Donald Malone, III, 4/12/86.
Okay, thanks. Mr. Malone, you are here on a parole warrant from the state of Mississippi, and this was issued on March 31st of 2023. They have confirmed extradition, meaning they're saying that they do want to extradite you. So, if you don't want to waive your rights, no problem. You go on the 90-day track. I'm going to give you a court date of April 14th at 1:30. You'll be back in front of the extradition judge 11 days from now. You could think about waiving then if you wanted to, but otherwise the state is going to start working on those governor's warrants, aiming toward having your extradition hearing within 90 days because they can't extend it past 90 days. If you want to give up your extradition rights and agree to go back to Mississippi, that would start a 30 calendar day clock. It starts the day after you waive. So if you waive today, their clock starts tomorrow. They have to come and get you within 30 calendar days. If they don't, you get released. It cannot be extended past 30 days. But the warrant stays active in the national system, and you can definitely be rearrested on the very same warrant if you don't do something to take care of it in Mississippi. But in any event, so I know that's all a little complicated. Do you have any questions for me?
Yes, ma'am. So if I waive my rights today, if they don't come, if it's on that 30th day, I will be released and
right. Our county sheriff goes to the extradition judge and says, they didn't come, we need a release order. She cuts a release order and they let you go. But the warrant stays active in the national system. And I have seen people rearrested on them a month later. There's nothing we can do about it if Mississippi keeps confirming that they want you. You have to get a lawyer, start calling Mississippi, or go there and deal with it. If you don't deal with it, you're going to get rearrested on the warrant eventually.
Yes, ma'am. Another thing. So if I start the process to the trial date, to the extradition date, you said I'd come back on the 14th.
Yep.
And I'd be able to.
You can waive then.
I can waive then.
Yeah, this is just your first opportunity. Some people want to start the clock as quickly as they can, especially if they've been through it before. They're like, I just want to start the clock. You never have to waive. You have the absolute right to have an extradition hearing within 90 days.
So with me, if I take the extradition hearing, after if the judge says that I still get extradited, that still starts the 30 days?
It does, right. So if you waive today, the clock starts April 4th. If you waive at your next court hearing, the clock will start April 15th. If you lose your extradition hearing, like say your extradition hearing happens on day 85, if you lose it and they order that you go back, Mississippi gets 30 calendar days to take you back. But it's my belief that what they do when they put on the hearing is they fly out a couple witnesses for the hearing. Those are also the cops who are supposed to take you back if they win the extradition hearing. So I think typically for these more distant states, like California, maybe not. Maybe those aren't the people that are going to drive you to California because it's right there. But when they got to get on an airplane, they're going to do like one-stop shopping.
Right here.
If we win it, we're the ones who take you on an airplane.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
I'm gonna wait till the 14th.
Okay.
I really don't.
Okay, great. And that gives you time to think about it, to talk. There's a public defender generally assigned there. She's not your lawyer, but she can give you advice. And if you persuade the extradition judge, if you're going all the way to the extradition hearing, it is within her discretion, our judge's discretion, to appoint the public defender in your case, but you don't have that as a right. So that's why we can't do it. The extradition judge, she does sometimes. I don't know how she decides that. That's her gig. So, but you can at least talk to the public defender because we have the resources to put one in that court to help defendants. And she's very experienced. If it's the same person, I think it has been for at least 10 years. She knows a lot of things. So you can talk to her on the 14th as well. Okay? We're going to get that printed up. We're going to send it out for you. You can go ahead and have a seat.
Thanks.
Right. Mr. McCormick? All right. Where are you? Okay, sir. Let's have your full name and date of birth, please.
Boyd McCormick, 10-12-89.
Okay, thanks. Mr. McCormick, you're here on two things. One's a new arrest in Arizona. One is that out-of-state warrant. I'm going to start with the Arizona case. You've been booked in on new allegations. They are possession of dangerous drugs for sale and transportation for sale and or sale of dangerous drugs. Both of those are Class 2 felonies. Then possession of narcotic drugs for sale and transportation of narcotic drugs and or sale of narcotic drugs. Those are both Class 2 felonies. There is probable cause for those, and I am appointing a lawyer to represent you. Your next court date is a status conference, April 9th at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court. That is this Wednesday, with a preliminary hearing, April 11th at 8:30 in the same court. And in this case, the court finds that you're both a potential danger and a flight risk. And so bond is set in your case in Arizona at $50,000, and it is cash only with conditions. That include you may not leave the state of Arizona if you post this bond. Now, in the California case, there was a warrant issued for your arrest. It's a failure to appear warrant in a fraud case, and this comes out of Placer County, California. The date of the warrant is September 11th of 2023, and it also lists possession of a forged or altered counterfeit check. Looks like Placer County, Auburn, PD. So, as I mentioned, it's by intention. If you don't waive extradition, I'm just going to affirm California's bond amount, which is $32,500. That'll also be cash only. So that's $82,500 total across the two cases. And if you don't waive extradition in the California case, I'm going to give you that April 14th court date in extradition court, 1:30 p.m. And so I am appointing a lawyer for you in the Maricopa County case. I cannot appoint a lawyer for you in the California extradition case, but as I said to the other gentleman, there's a public defender there who could, one second, give you some legal advice as well. So the first thing I need to know is, do you know what you want to do on the California case? Did you have any questions about how that works?
No, I don't want to do that. I don't want to be extradited.
Okay, so I'm going to note that you're going to keep your rights in that case. So that means you're on the 90-day track. Now they have 90 days to give you an extradition hearing. It cannot be extended past 90 days. I'm going to set the bond I just told you, and your court date is April 14th. So everything's going to be on your paperwork. We just need to print the paperwork for the California because we needed to know your decision. So you have all of your rights. you're going to go on the 14th, and you are able to post bond in that case. If you do, you need to come to all of your Arizona court dates, or we will keep your bond money and we'll issue an Arizona warrant right on top of the California warrant. And don't leave the state. You need the permission of both of these courts before you leave the state. I always make sure to say that because people may think, well, I'll just bond out and I'll run over to California and take care of it. Get her permission first. She may give you permission, but she has, you know, her decision making on that.
So how does bail work in Arizona? Is it 10% or is it?
No, it's dollar for dollar on cash. And so bail bondsmen will do it, but they charge more because they have to park the money at the clerk of the court, whereas a bond is a promise to pay if you screw up. They don't actually have to park money. When they have to park money in the bank with the court, they charge more. So you have to call them and ask them what they charge for that, what they want for collateral, etc. Okay? All right, if you step to your left, she's going to give you that paper. All right, then I'm going to do house calls, and then we will finish up. All right, so I've got, let's see, I had some notes for one of these guys. Huh, okay. So I'm going to ask Officer for Carlos Basoco, Sandra McDonough, and Anthony Ortiz, are they not physically present in court because they've been isolated from general population as a potential risk to themselves or others?
Yes.
All right, thank you. I do have an affirmative answer from the Sheriff's Office, so I'm going to conduct all three of those initial appearances in-house, in person, immediately following this recording. And then let me, hey, Mr. Cimental, you can go ahead and come in. Are you the last person in there? Okay, good. All right, right here, sir. Okay.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth?
Jesus G. Cimental, 11/30/86.
All right, thanks. You're here on two things. One is a new arrest from yesterday, and one is a grand jury warrant. I'm going to start with your new arrest from yesterday. You were booked in on a new allegation of possessing narcotic drugs. It's a Class 4 felony, and there is probable cause for that. I am appointing a lawyer for you, and your next court date in this drug case is April 9 at 8:30 in the morning. That is this coming Wednesday. That's a status conference. Then your preliminary hearing will be April 11 at 8:30. That's in the downtown Superior Court. Now, you have also been indicted by a grand jury on the following charges. 2 counts of child sex trafficking as Class 2 felonies. No, I apologize. These are all 3. There's 2 different subsections they've alleged, but they're listing it all as child sex trafficking. Hold on a second. One is causing it, and one is with knowledge that trafficking was occurring. So the alleged offense date is the same. Let me double check for all of them. Nope. It is March 14th, 2025 for the first 2 counts. The last count is between March 11 and March 14 of 2025. So the grand jury found probable cause for those. They heard evidence and found probable cause to charge you with those. And so you're going to go be arraigned on this indictment on April 10th, which is 1 week from today at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court. After that, the cases should come together in the system, but right now they're actually at 2 different stages. So I am giving you a lawyer for these. Your lawyer will help you understand all of that. In the grand jury case, I am affirming the bond set by the grand jury judge, which is $100,000 cash only. And by law, you must be on an electronic ankle monitor because of the nature of the crime that crimes that you're accused of committing. You have written release conditions in this case as well that include no contact with any alleged victims, witnesses, arresting officers, or co-defendants. No contact at all with anyone under the age of 18. It appears you do not have any minor children of your own. Is that correct?
I have one.
You do have one. Okay, how old is that child?
She's 3 months old.
All right.
She lives with my wife and I.
Okay. Oh, Jesus, what I do? Hold on. I just did a series of keystrokes to close the window I was in. I didn't move much. Okay. Now we'll start over. purposes of my order, and as set forth more in the order, I am also ordering no contact with your own child. You can talk to your lawyer about that and about seeking any amendment of that. But in cases like this, and particularly when I am unaware of what was presented to the grand jury, your lawyer will know, you'll get police reports through your lawyer, the prosecutor will know, that there is a high degree of correlation if somebody is accused of, to a level of probable cause, having a sexual interest in children. Their own children can often also be victims, or they can become victims if a person's access to paid victims is curtailed by an ankle monitor, for example.
I understand.
So for right now, no contact with your child as well, and definitely nobody else, under the age of 18. You may not access the internet through any means except for work or court-related purposes only. No weapons, drugs, or alcohol. Everything is going to be on your paperwork. We're just going to get that reprinted, and then we will send it out to you. Okay. So if you have a seat, we'll send that out for you. And I'm sorry, in the drug case, I'm just setting a $50. We call it a placeholder bond, because that's not driving the bus here, and and what you're accused of would otherwise you would be released. But I am ordering electronic monitoring in that case because it can be very confusing for pretrial for you if you've got an ankle monitor in one case but not the other. If for any reason the sex case goes away, you could ask your lawyer to get the ankle monitor lifted in the drug case. That doesn't seem like it's going to happen anytime soon. But if that were the case, you could have it lifted. But I'm only just setting a nominal bond in the drug case, so you get credit for time in custody if you're stuck in on the big bond.
Right.
Okay, so anyway, I just forgot to tell you that. So if you step to your left, everything's on your paperwork.
Thank
you. So going back to my house calls, I did make a record earlier, and that is about why. So Carlos Basoco, number 11 on the calendar, 3/13/90. I'll let him know he's here on a new case. He got booked in for disorderly conduct, a class 1 misdemeanor, and obstruction of justice, a class 2 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause. I'm appointing a lawyer for him for the bond issue only. His arraignment hearing is scheduled for April 8th at 8:30 in the morning, East Mesa Justice Court. I'm currently inclined to set a $250 security appearance bond for Mr. Basoco. These conditions I'll go over with him, which include no going to the scene of the alleged crime and not going to any part of that 7-Eleven store. No drugs, no alcohol. Ms. McDonough is here on a city court warrant from Peoria for a shoplifting case, and this is a failure to appear warrant. It issued February 15 of 2023. I am appointing a lawyer for her for the bond issue only, giving an arraignment date of April 8th at 9 in the morning in the Peoria City Court, and I'm also inclined to give her a $250 security appearance bond with written conditions I'll go over with her, including no going to the scene of the alleged crime. Anthony Manuel Ortiz, born 7/15/97, here on a new case. He got booked in for resisting arrest, a class 6 felony, and obstructing a public highway, a class 3 misdemeanor. There is probable cause for those, and I am appointing a lawyer for him. His next court date is going to be April 9th at 8:30, the status conference in the downtown Superior Court, with a preliminary hearing April 11th at 8:30 in the same court, and I'm currently inclined to set bail in the amount of $1,000 secured for Mr. Ortiz with written conditions I'll go over with him. If anything changes after I conduct these initial appearances in-house, my final written order will reflect the court's ultimate decision in those cases. This court does not intend to update this recording. All right, with that, we will stand in recess until 5 p.m. this afternoon.
All right. You may be seated.
Do we have an interpreter?
We have the interpreter and also the juvenile is.
So I wanted that one last.
Okay, they're probably just going to take in the meeting.
Okay.
I was okay with 11, I think they are in the meeting.
Good afternoon. This is the time set for the 5 p.m. initial appearance calendar for April 3rd, 2025.
Buenas tardes, esta es la lista de vistas incoativas para las 5 de la tarde, hoy jueves 3 de abril 2025.
The court's orders for the taking of fingerprints and DNA samples made on the 1st of this month will apply to all matters on this calendar.
La orden emitida en la lista de casos de la orden emitida en la primera lista de casos de este mes para la toma de muestras de ADN y huellas digitales aplicarán igual a esta lista.
I will be calling each of you up one by one to the podium.
Les voy a llamar que pasen uno por uno al podio.
I am going to ask you for your first and last name and your date of birth.
Voy a pedir que me den su nombre completo, nombre de pila, apellido y fecha de nacimiento.
I will then advise you as to why you are here.
Les informaré después por qué están aquí.
Whether or not an attorney was appointed to you.
Si se les asigna o no abogado.
What your bond will be if you are eligible for bond.
¿Cuál será la fianza en su caso si es que califican para fianza?
And what your upcoming court dates will be.
Y les informaré de sus siguientes comparecencias.
and your release conditions.
Y les informaré de las medidas cautelares o condiciones de su puesta en libertad o detención.
Some of you may have questions while I'm providing that advisement to you.
Es posible que algunos tengan preguntas mientras les esté informando de esto.
I would just ask that you hold your questions until I complete that advisement.
Pido que guarden sus preguntas hasta que termine de dar mi informe.
I will also caution you that your questions should only be related to your release conditions.
Y les advierto que las preguntas que hagan se limiten solo a las condiciones de su detención o libertad.
And not to talk about certain facts regarding your case.
Y que no hablen acerca de los hechos que se aleguen en su caso.
Mr. Gonzalez Aceda, will you please come to the podium?
Señor González Acedo, por favor, se acerca al podio.
And Mr. Diaz, if you'll please have a seat in the chair.
Señor Díaz, pase a tomar asiento en la silla.
Vas a pararte en el podio ese.
Sir, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Señor, por favor, diga su nombre completo y fecha de nacimiento.
Miguel Ángel González Acedo, abril 21 del 90.
Miguel Ángel González Acedo, April 21st, 1990.
Sir, you are here on a new case.
Señor, usted comparece por acusaciones nuevas.
You have been charged with the following.
Se le acusa de lo siguiente.
2 counts of possession of a weapon by a prohibited person.
2 acusaciones de posesión de arma por persona que lo tiene prohibido.
A class 4 felony.
Delito de categoría 4.
1 count of possession of a weapon in a drug offense.
Una acusación de posesión de un arma durante un ilícito de drogas.
A class 4 felony.
Delito de categoría 4.
1 count of possession of a dangerous drug.
Una acusación de posesión de droga nociva.
A class 4 felony.
Un delito de categoría 4.
2 counts of burglary.
2 cargos de allanamiento.
A class 4 felony.
Delito de categoría 4.
And 1 count of carrying a deadly weapon.
Y una acusación de portar arma mortífera.
Failing to admit.
Y de no reconocerlo.
A class 1 misdemeanor.
Una falta de categoría 1.
I did find probable cause on all the counts.
Dicto que hay fundamento fáctico para estas acusaciones.
I did appoint an attorney to represent you in this matter.
Confirmé el nombramiento de un abogado para que lo represente en este caso.
You will have a status conference hearing on April 9th at 8:30.
Tendrá consulta de actualización en su caso el 9 de abril a las 8:30.
And a preliminary hearing on April 11th at 8:30.
Y tendrá audiencia preliminar el 11 de abril a las 8:30.
You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $15,000.
Se impone en su caso una fianza respaldada de $15,000.
If you are able to post bond,
si usted puede prestar esa fianza,
you cannot return to the scene of the alleged crime.
Tiene prohibido volver al lugar de los supuestos hechos.
You cannot initiate contact with any of the alleged victims.
Tiene prohibido iniciar contacto con cualquiera de las personas que se alegan que fueron perjudicadas.
You cannot possess any weapons.
Tiene prohibido tener armas.
Failure to comply with your release conditions.
Falta de cumplir con las condiciones de libertad.
Or to appear for your court date.
o falta de comparecer a las siguientes citas
will result in the forfeiture of any bonds that you posted.
resultará en el decomiso de la fianza que haya prestado.
A warrant will issue for your arrest.
Se librará una orden de aprehensión por usted.
And additional bond could be imposed.
Y se podría imponer una fianza adicional.
This completes my advisement to you.
Esto completa mi aviso a usted.
If you have no questions for me,
si no tiene preguntas para mí,
please step to your left,
por favor pase a la izquierda.
And the officer will give you your paperwork.
Y el oficial le entregará su hoja.
Mr. Diaz, will you please come into the courtroom?
Señor Díaz, ¿hace favor de entrar a la sala?
Sir, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Señor, por favor, diga su nombre completo y su fecha de nacimiento.
Argenis Díaz, 83090.
Your Honor, the defendant replied in English.
Yes, I was just going to inquire. It appears as though you do understand English. Do you need an interpreter or no? You don't need an interpreter? No. Mr. Hernandez, before you conclude, can you inquire as to whether or not anybody else is in need of your assistance?
Yes, ma'am. Buenas tardes a todos. Soy el intérprete de la comisionada. ¿Hay otra persona más en la sala que no habla inglés y necesita intérprete? Si es así, levante la mano ahora, por favor.
I don't see that anybody has raised their hand. So, Mr. Hernandez, thank you so much for your help this afternoon. You may be excused.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, so Mr. Diaz, will you state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Argenis Díaz, 83090.
You are here on a new case. You were charged with one count of possession of a dangerous drug, a class 4 felony. I did find probable cause as to that offense, and I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You will have a status conference hearing on April 17th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on April 21st at 8:30. I'm inclined to release you to pretrial services. You do have to promise to appear for your court dates. Do you promise to appear?
Yes.
Failure to comply with your release conditions or to appear for your court dates will result in a warrant issuing for your arrest and a bond being imposed. Do you understand?
Yes.
If you will please step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork. I'm going to go ahead and do the juvenile one now. I'm going to go ahead and do Beasley now.
Oh, I sent them an email.
Okay. Are they? The ones right there? Okay. All right. So that's okay. Mr. Okay. Hunter, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth for me?
10-10-07.
You are here today because a grand jury charged you with one count of attempt to commit a theft of means of transportation, a class 4 felony alleged to have occurred on November 11th of 2024. I did appoint an attorney to represent you in this matter. You do have an arraignment hearing on April 10th at 8:30. The grand jury warrant had a secured appearance bond in the amount of $5,000. I did have an opportunity to review the other case that is open. My understanding is that you are being held on a bond regarding that matter. I do make the following findings regarding where Hunter will be housed. I am ordering that he continue his placement or physical custody, into the juvenile detention center until he is released or until his 18th birthday. If you are able to post bond, you cannot return to the scene of the alleged crime, you cannot initiate any contact with the alleged victims, and you must appear for your court date. If you fail to comply with your release conditions or appear for your court date, any bond that you post will be forfeited, a warrant would issue for your arrest, and additional bond would be imposed. That takes care of my advisement to you, Hunter. If you have no questions for me, I believe that the release order will be emailed to you. So you'll get your orders later. Okay, if you're talking, I can't hear you.
All right. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
All right. I just want to be. I think I'm ready for LBJ. I don't want to be housed here. That's really all I got.
Well, the arrangement was not made for today. You have court on next Thursday, and that issue can be addressed at that time.
All right.
Okay, so that takes care of everything that we have to do here today, so you may be excused. Thank you.
All right.
Mr. Ortiz, will you please come to the courtroom? And Ms. Chapko, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. Hello, sir. Can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Rolando Ortiz, 102378.
You are here on a new case. You were charged with 1 count of trafficking stolen property, a Class 2 felony, and 1 count of theft of means of transportation, a Class 3 felony. I did find probable cause as to both counts. I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You will have a status conference hearing on April 9th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on April 11th at 8:30. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $15,000. If you are able to post bond, you'll be released to pretrial services with electronic monitoring. And you cannot return to the scene of the alleged crime. You cannot initiate any contact with the alleged victims. And you cannot possess any weapons, and you will need to contact your parole officer within 24 hours. Failure to comply with your release conditions or to appear for your court dates will result in any bond that you post being forfeited, a warrant issuing for your arrest, and additional bond being imposed. That completes my advisement to you. If you have no questions for me, if you will step to the left, the officers will give you your paperwork. Ms. Chapko, will you please come to the courtroom? And Ms. Owens, will you please have a seat in the chair? Hello, ma'am. Can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Angeline Chapko, November 3rd, 1968.
You were here today on a new case. You were charged with 1 count of aggravated DUI. Which is a Class 4 felony. I did find probable cause as to the offense, and I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You will have a status conference hearing on April 9th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on April 11th at 8:30. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $5,000. If you are able to post bond, you'll be released to pretrial services where you will participate in alcohol testing and monitoring. Failure to comply with your release conditions or to appear for your court date will result in any bond that you posted being forfeited. A warrant would issue for your arrest, and additional bond would be imposed. This takes care of everything that I have to advise you of. If you have no questions for me, if you will step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork. Thank you. Ms. Owens, will you please come into the courtroom? And Mr. Aranjo, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. Ma'am, will you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Donna Owens, September 1971.
Ma'am, you were here because you have 3 warrants. 2 of them are out of county. Well, actually, all 3 of them are out of county. So your first one is out of Snowflake Justice Court.
What is that one about?
I just get the warrants. We don't have access to the court systems in the other counties. So you have a warrant out of Snowflake Justice Court. I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You have an arraignment hearing on April 8th at 8:30. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $750. Then you have another warrant out of Snowflake Justice Court. I appointed an attorney to represent you in that matter. And again, you have an arraignment hearing on April 8th at 8:30. And that matter has a secured appearance bond in the amount of $1,750. And then your last warrant is out of St. John's Justice Court, and I appointed an attorney to represent you in that matter, and that has a secured appearance bond in the amount of $5,000, and it also has an arraignment hearing on April 8th at 8:30. So between your 3 cases, you have a total secured appearance bond in the amount of $7,500. If you are able to post bond, you do need to make sure that you appear for all of your court dates. If you fail to do so, any bond that you post will be forfeited, a warrant would issue for your arrest, and additional bond would be imposed. So that takes care of everything that I have to advise you of. If you will please step to the left, the officer will give you your paperwork regarding these matters.
Is that all?
That's it. Mr. Araujo, if you'll please come to the courtroom. And Ms. Peters, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. Hello, sir. Will you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Giovanni Salvador Aranjo, July 8, 1980.
You are here today on a new case and a violation of probation. On your new case, you were charged with one count of theft of means of transportation, a Class 3 felony, and 1 count of possession of a dangerous drug, a Class 4 felony. I did not find probable cause as to the theft of means of transportation, but I did find probable cause as to the possession of a dangerous drug. I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You will have a status conference hearing on April 9th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on April 11th at 8:30. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. As to your warrant for violating probation, I appointed an attorney to represent you in that matter. You will have a probation revocation possible disposition hearing on April 10th at 8:30. That warrant had a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. Your total secured appearance bond is $1,000. If you are able to post bond, you do need to contact your probation officer within 72 hours of your release. You need to make sure that you comply with your release conditions as well as appear for your court dates. If you fail to comply or appear for your court dates, any bond that you post will be forfeited. A warrant would issue for your arrest and additional bond would be imposed. That takes care of everything that I have to advise you of. If you have no questions for me, if you will please step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork.
Can I change my probation officer? Because I think you heard that.
I don't do that here.
Okay, all right.
Ms. Peters, will you please come into the courtroom? And Ms. Nath, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. So, ma'am, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Tracy Peters, 11/4/1968.
You are here today because you have 2 violations of probation. I did appoint an attorney to represent you in both matters. You will have a probation revocation possible disposition hearing on April 10th at 8:30. One of your warrants has a secured appearance bond in the amount of $1,500. The other one has a secured appearance bond in the amount of $900. So your total secured appearance bond, I believe, will be $2,400, I think, it looks like it's $2,400 between the 2 cases. If you are able to post bond, you do need to make sure you appear for your court date. If you fail to appear, any bond that you posted would be forfeited. Another warrant would issue for your arrest and additional bond would be imposed. So that takes care of everything that I have to advise you of. If you'll step to the left, the officer will give you your paperwork. Thank you. Ms. Knapp, will you please come into the courtroom? And Ms. Valle, if you'll please have a seat in the chair.
Can you go to that podium there, okay?
Hello. Can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
I'm Jessica Nuss, 10/28/93.
You are here today because you have 1 new case and 2 violations of probation. As to your new case, you were charged with 1 count of possession of a dangerous drug, a Class 4 felony, and 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony. I did find probable cause as to both counts, and I did appoint an attorney to represent you in this matter. You will have a status conference hearing on April 9th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on April 11th at 8:30. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500 in this matter. As to your violations of probation, I appointed an attorney to represent you in both matters. You will have a probation revocation possible disposition hearing on April 10th at 8:30. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500 per warrant. So between the three cases, you have a total secured appearance bond of $1,500. If you are able to post bond, you do need to contact your probation officer within 72 hours. You do need to make sure you appear for all of your court dates. If you fail to comply with your release conditions or appear for your court dates, any bond that you post will be forfeited. A warrant would issue for your arrest and additional bond would be imposed. That takes care of everything that I have to advise you of. If you have no questions for me, if you will please step to your left, officer will give you your paperwork. Thank you. Ms. Valle, will you please come into the courtroom? And Mr. Lopez, will you please have a seat in the chair? Ma'am, can you please state your first last name and your date of birth?
Rebecca Valle, 2677.
Thank you. You are here for two cases. You have one new case, and then you have a warrant for violating, or no, you have a violation of probation. So on your new case, you were charged with one count of possession of a dangerous drug, a class 4 felony, one count of possession of drug paraphernalia, a class 6 felony, and one count of possessing liquor, an open container in a vehicle, a class 1 misdemeanor. I did find probable causes to all three counts. I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You have a status conference hearing on April 9th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on April 11th at 8:30, and you have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. As to your violation of probation, I did appoint an attorney to represent you in that matter. You'll have a probation revocation possible disposition hearing on April 10th at 8:30, and you have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $250. So you have a total bond of $750 between the two cases. If you are able to post bond, you do need to make sure you appear for your court dates. If you fail to appear, any bond that you post will be forfeited. Warrants would issue for your arrest, and additional bond would be imposed. That takes care of everything that I need to advise you of. If you will please step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork.
17 to the hallway.
Is there a way to turn down the radio a little bit? Thank you. Mr. Lopez, will you please come into the courtroom? Sir, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Daniel G. Lopez, 5381.
You are here for two matters. One is a new case and one is a warrant for failing to appear for a court date. On your new case, you were charged with one count of theft of means of transportation, a class 3 felony, and one count of possession of a dangerous drug for use, a class 4 felony. I did find probable cause as to the possession of dangerous drugs. I did not find probable cause as to the theft of means of transportation. I did appoint an attorney to represent you in this matter. You do have a status conference hearing on April 9th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on April 11th at 8:30. You do have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500 in this matter. And then as to your warrant for failing to appear for your court date, an attorney was already appointed to represent you in that matter. You have a disposition hearing on April 10th at 8:30, and you have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $750. So between your two cases, you have a total secured appearance bond of $1,250. If you are able to post bond, you do need to contact your probation officer within 72 hours. I'm sorry, I don't believe you are on probation, so I need to fix that order. You do need to comply with the release conditions as they are reflected on your paperwork. You do need to make sure that you appear for your court dates. If you fail to appear for your court dates, any bond posted would be forfeited. A warrant would issue for your arrest, and additional bond would be imposed. That takes care of everything that I needed to advise you of. You will go ahead and just have a seat. We'll bring the paperwork into you. Mr. Good, will you please come into the courtroom? And Mr. Sherba, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. Hello, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
All good. March 21st, 1986.
Thank you. You are here today because you have two matters. You have a warrant out of Hacienda Justice Court, and you have a warrant out of Wickenburg.
To my knowledge, I was up to date on everything. I didn't know.
So, just let me finish.
Yeah, do your thing.
Okay. So, as to your warrant from the Hacienda Justice Court, you are not entitled to court-appointed counsel due to the nature of the charge. You have an arraignment hearing on April 23rd at 9 a.m. I am inclined to release you on your own recognizance, but you do have to promise to appear for that court date. If you fail to appear for that court date, another warrant will issue and a bond will be imposed. And then as to your warrant out of the town of Wickenburg, again, due to the nature of the offense, you're not entitled to court-appointed counsel. You have an arraignment hearing on April 23rd at 9 a.m. Again, I am inclined to release you on your own recognizance, but you do have to promise to appear for that court date as well. Do you promise to appear?
I do.
Your paperwork will give you information regarding your courts.
Were they on the same day?
That's right. That's where I was going.
Okay. I'll do what I can.
So what I was going to advise you is that if you review your paperwork, the phone numbers to the courts are on it. You'll probably need to contact them to make arrangements, so there's no way for you to be at two places at the same time.
I got to update my counseling with them anyway, so it doesn't really matter.
Okay, so that takes care of everything that I have to advise you of. If you'll step to your left, officer will give you your paperwork. Mr. Sherba, will you please come into the courtroom? And Mr. Leon, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. Hello, sir. Can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
My name is Michael John Sherba. I was born on June 4th, 1982.
You are here on a new case. You were charged with one count of possession of a dangerous drug, a class 4 felony, 2 counts of possession of a narcotic drug, a class 4 felony, and then another count of possession of a narcotic drug, a class 4 felony, and 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia, a class 6 felony. I did not find probable cause as to one of the counts on possession for narcotic drugs. I did find probable cause for the remaining counts. I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You will have a status conference hearing on April 17th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on April 21st at 8:30. I'm inclined to release you today on your own recognizance. You do have to promise to appear for your court date. Do you promise to appear?
Yes, ma'am.
If you fail to appear for your court date, a warrant will issue for your arrest, and a bond will likely be imposed as well. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay, so that takes care of everything that I needed to advise you of. If you'll please step to your left, officer will give you your paperwork. Mr. Leon, if you'll please come into the courtroom, and Ms. Andrus, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. And I need 1 moment. I'm so sorry. I have to correct the order for number 26. Okay, I just fixed it. Sir, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Arturo Leon, October 8th, 1980.
You are here today on a new case. You were charged with 1 count of possession of a dangerous drug, a class 4 felony, 1 count of taking contraband into a correctional facility, a class 5 felony, and 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia, a class 6 felony. I did find probable cause as to all 3 counts, and I did appoint an attorney to represent you in this matter. You will have a status conference hearing on April 17th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on April 21st at 8:30. I am going to release you to pretrial services, but you do have to promise to appear for your court date. Do you promise to appear?
Sure will.
If you fail to appear for your court date or to comply with your release conditions, a warrant will issue for your arrest and a bond would be imposed. Do you understand?
I understand.
Okay, that takes care of everything that I need to advise you of. If you'll please step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork. Ms. Andrus, will you please come into the courtroom? Hello, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Kendra Andrus, 11/22/91.
You are here today because you have a warrant out of Verde Valley Justice Court. I did appoint an attorney to represent you in this matter. You will have an arraignment hearing on April 8th at 8:30. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. If you are able to post bond, you do need to make sure that you appear for your court date. If you fail to appear for your court date, any bond that you post will be forfeited. Another warrant will issue for your arrest, and additional bond will be imposed. That takes care of everything that I can advise you of. If you will believe the officer is going to give you your paperwork, if you go ahead and have a seat inside. Thank you. Ms. McCollum, if you'll please come into the courtroom, and Ms. Garcia, if you will please have a seat in the chair. Hello, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Sarah McGlumpy, 102283.
You are here today because you have a warrant out of Santan Justice Court. Due to the nature of the offense, you're not entitled to a court-appointed attorney. You do have an arraignment hearing on April 22nd at 9 a.m. I'm going to give you an opportunity to appear for your court date. If you don't appear, another warrant's going to issue for your arrest, and that warrant has a bond in the amount of $680 and will likely go up.
I've turned in the paperwork.
I don't know what's going on. That's just the Santan Justice Court. I'm just letting you know that what I see on my end is that that's what it is. But from what I could see, this looks like this was your first failure to appear, so something could have happened, but you need to make sure that you go to court and take care of it.
Okay.
So you do understand that if you fail to appear, that another warrant will issue and a bond will be imposed?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so if you'll step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork. Ms. Garcia, will you please come into the courtroom? Hello, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Amanda Garcia, 2691.
You were here today because of a new case. You were charged with 1 count of possession of a dangerous drug, a class 4 felony, and 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia, a class 6 felony. I did find probable cause as to both counts, and I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You will have a status conference hearing on April 17th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on April 21st at 8:30. I'm inclined to release you on your own recognizance today. You do have to promise to appear for your court date. Do you promise to appear?
Yes.
If you fail to appear for your court date, a warrant will issue for your arrest and a bond will be imposed. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, if you'll please step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork.
Thank you.
Mr. Lasso, if you'll please come into the courtroom. Hello, sir. Can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Rudy Luso, 8/27/1986.
Thank you. You are here today on a fugitive of justice warrant. You do have the right to have an extradition hearing. You are entitled to bond. You have the right to hire an attorney at your own expense. One would not be appointed to you because this is not a criminal matter. It's more civil in nature. If you proceed with an extradition hearing, you would have to that requires the governors for the state of Arizona and the state of California to sign up on the extradition warrant. That process can take 60 to 90 days to be completed. You also have the right to waive an extradition hearing. If you choose to do that, you would not be entitled to bond. California would have 30 days from tomorrow to come and pick you up if you have no local charges pending. If you have local charges pending, the 30 days would not start until those matters were concluded. Did you have the opportunity to read over the plastic placard that advised you of your rights?
Yes.
Do you know how you would like to proceed today?
I couldn't quite hear you on you said, what's the 30-day one, or?
So if you waive an extradition hearing, you would not be entitled to bond, but California would have 30 days from tomorrow to come and pick you up if you don't have any local charges pending. If you have local charges pending, the 30 days would not start until after those matters were resolved.
Okay, and the first option was?
The first option is that you're requesting to have an extradition hearing. I will tell you that your warrant had a secured appearance bond in the amount of $50,000.
Okay, I'll just do the second one. The 30 days, you said?
Mm-hmm. Do you have any charges pending?
No.
Okay. So before we go forward, I'm gonna ask you a few questions just to make sure that you do understand, okay?
Okay.
So I am confirming that you read the paperwork that advised you about extradition.
I kind of didn't,
Okay, so it's better for you to ask me questions so that you can have everything answered before you make a decision.
Okay, because you said on this one, if I do the first one, it's saying basically I have 90 days,
No, it's not the same. So on the first one, if you choose to invoke your right to have an extradition hearing and go through the extradition process, that requires the governor of Arizona and the governor of California to sign the extradition warrant. That process can take between 60 and 90 days to complete. You do have, I would
have to be in custody?
Well, you have a secured appearance bond of $50,000 per that warrant. So if you can pay 10% plus collateral for $50,000, you could be released on bond pending the extradition process. You cannot leave the state of Arizona, and you will have to appear for your hearings.
Man, I don't really get it at all.
So that's part of the reason why I was asking you if you had any other matters, because the way that I received this, it looks like you were here for something else previously. Were you not?
Yeah, I took care of, basically I got sentenced and my release date was today, but they told me I had this. But I know they gave me probation. I took care of my other matter yesterday.
Okay. So if all of your criminal matters are concluded and you have this warrant, then if you chose to waive the extradition process, California would have 30 days from tomorrow to come and pick you up. If you choose to go through the extradition process, you would remain in custody unless you could post bond. You would have a hearing on...
I'll waive it. I'll do the 30 days.
Okay, so now I'm going to start over. I want to make sure, so you did have an opportunity to review the paperwork that was given to you, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you understand that you do not have to sign the paperwork?
Yes.
Do you understand that you have the right to an extradition hearing?
Yes.
Do you understand that you have the right to hire a lawyer at your own expense?
Yes.
Do you understand that you have the right to demand that the governor of Arizona and the governor of California sign the warrant before you are returned?
Yes.
Do you understand that you have the right to bail?
Yes.
Do you want to give up those rights and sign the paperwork?
Yes.
Has anyone threatened you or promised you anything to get you to sign the paperwork?
No.
Have you had any drugs, alcohol, or medication in the last 24 hours?
No.
I find that you have knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily are signing the waiver, and I'm going to also sign it. I am going to direct the sheriff's office I'm so sorry. Okay, it's ready. I am going to direct the sheriff's office to notify California that you are ready for return. California will have 30 days from tomorrow to come pick you up unless there are local charges pending. If there are local charges pending, the 30 days will not start until the conclusion of that case. I don't think you have any more questions, or do you have any more questions?
No.
Okay, so you will just need to, is he ready to come up to sign?
Yes, I just.
Oh, I didn't sign it.
And then if they don't come, they just...
If they don't come within the 30 days, then you would be released.
Okay, thank you.
You can step over here. And then if you want, you can pull it down, so you can sign it. You're going to sign twice, and it's already for you to sign.
Mr. Rock Taggart? Mr. Brock Taggart, date of birth June 25th, 1993, is not present in court today due to concerns of self-harm. He is here on a new case. He was charged with 1 count of aggravated domestic violence, a Class 5 felony, and 1 count of disobeying or resisting an order or mandate of the court, a Class 1 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause as to both counts, and I appointed an attorney to represent him. He will have a status conference hearing on April 9th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on April 11th at 8:30. He has a secured appearance bond in the amount of $5,000. If he's able to post bond, he will be released to pretrial services on electronic monitoring. He will not be able to return to the scene of the alleged crime. He cannot initiate any contact with the alleged victim. He cannot possess any weapons, and if there are any orders of protection or orders against harassment, he must comply with those orders. He will need to contact his probation officer within 72 hours of his release. He will be advised that if he fails to comply with the no victim contact order in this matter, he could be charged with an aggravated harassment, a Class 6 felony. He will further be advised that if he fails to comply with release conditions or appear for his court dates, then any bond that he posted would be forfeited and a warrant would issue for his arrest. He's also here on a violation of probation. I appointed an attorney to represent him in that matter. He has a probation revocation possible disposition hearing on April 10th at 8:30 with a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. His total secured appearance bond is $5,500. I will meet with Mr. Taggart, and if any changes are needed, I will do so either on the record or in writing. Mr. Paul Atule, date of birth March 24th, 1963, is here on 1 new case, and he has a violation of probation. On the new case, he was charged with 1 count of criminal damage, a Class 5 felony. I did find probable cause as to that offense, and I did appoint an attorney to represent him. He will have a status conference hearing on April 9th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on April 11th at 8:30. He has a secured appearance bond in the amount of $1,500. As to the violation of probation, I appointed an attorney to represent him in that matter. He has a probation revocation possible disposition hearing on April 10th at 8:30. That warrant had a secured appearance bond in the amount of $5,000. Between the 2 cases, he will have a total secured appearance bond of $6,500. If he's able to post bond, he will need to contact probation within 72 hours of his release. He cannot return to the scene of the alleged crime. He cannot initiate any contact with the alleged victims, and he cannot possess any weapons. If he fails to comply with his release conditions or to appear for his court dates, any bond that he posts will be forfeited. A warrant will be issued for his arrest, and additional bond could be imposed. I will meet with Mr. Atule. If any changes are needed, I will do so either on the record or in writing. Mr. Lindbergh Johnson, date of birth February 28th, 1965. I don't know why he's not present.
I don't have a reason for him. Do you know what's the reason for
Number 13 was disruptive in ID and not following orders.
Mr. Mr. Johnson is not present due to non-compliant behavior. He is here due to a warrant out of Navajo County Superior Court. I did appoint an attorney to represent him. He will have an arraignment hearing on April 8th at 8:30. He has a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. He will be advised that if he fails to appear for his court date, any bond that he posted will be forfeited. Another warrant would issue for his arrest, and additional bond could be imposed. If any changes are needed after I meet with him, I will do so either on the record or in writing. Ms. Jasmine Porcio, date of birth February 6, 1994, is not present in court today due to concerns of self-harm. She is here on a new case. She was charged with 1 count of criminal trespass, a Class 6 felony. I did find probable causes to that offense, and I did appoint an attorney to represent her. She will have a status conference hearing on April 17th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on April 21st at 8:30. She will be released to pretrial services, and she cannot return to the scene of the alleged crime or initiate any contact with the alleged victim. If there are any orders of protection or orders against harassment that are issued, she must comply with those orders. She will also be advised that she cannot reside at the same location as the alleged victim, and she will further be cautioned that if she violates the no victim contact order, that she could be charged with aggravated harassment, a Class 6 felony. She will lastly be advised that if she fails to comply with her release conditions or she fails to appear for her court date, that a warrant will issue for her arrest and bond would be imposed. After I meet with her, if any changes are needed, I will do so either on the record or in writing. Mr. Luis Cervantes, date of birth, December 14th, 1998. He is not present in court today due to combative behavior. He is here on a new case. He was charged with 1 count of disorderly conduct, a Class 1 misdemeanor, and 1 count of criminal damage, a Class 1 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause as to both counts. I did appoint an attorney to represent him. He does have an arraignment hearing on April 29th at 1:30. The court is inclined to release him on his own recognizance, but I will say that if I need to make any changes regarding that, I will do so on the record or in writing after I meet with him. But the additional release conditions is that he cannot return to the scene of the alleged crime, he cannot initiate any contact with the alleged victim, he cannot possess any weapons, and if there are any orders of protection or orders against harassment, he must comply with those orders. He cannot live with the alleged victim. And if he violates the no victim contact order in this case, he could be charged with aggravated harassment, a Class 6 felony. He will further be advised that failure to comply with release conditions or failure to appear for his court date would result in a warrant issuing for his arrest and bond being imposed. This concludes the 5 p.m. initial appearance calendar. We stand in recess until 8 p.m.
We are on.
We are back on the record for the 5 p.m. initial appearance court for April 3rd, 2025. There are two matters that I needed to recall. The first one is Jasmine Riccio. The court found out while meeting with Jasmine that she is being held by the city of Phoenix. So the change to her order is that she's being held on a $50 placeholder bond. The remaining balance of the order remains the same. Then as to Luis Cervantes, after meeting with Mr. Cervantes, the court became concerned and so I'm making the following change. He will have an arraignment hearing on April 8th at 1:30. He has a secured appearance bond in the amount of $1,000. The remaining release conditions remain the same. For Jasmine Seto, I forgot to include that her court dates have changed to April 9th at 8:30, and for the status conference and the preliminary hearing will be April 11th at 8:30. This concludes the 5 p.m. initial appearance calendar, and we stand in recess until 8 p.m.
Good evening, how are you?
Good yourself, bro. Sir, I mean. Hey.
Sir, can I have your name, please?
Eduardo Ramon Sánchez Pereira.
Do you need an interpreter, sir?
No, I'm good.
All right, sir, I'm Judge Hazel. You're here today because you have charges out of the city of Tucson. Those are disorderly conduct charges. Do you understand why you're here today?
Yeah.
I'm going to release you and give you a new court date of April the 22nd at 2:30 p.m. in Tucson City Court. Standard release conditions will apply, including no contact with any victims, don't return to the scene of the crime, no firearms, no weapons, no alcohol, no drugs. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you'll be released. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Do you have another poll?
Does he have horns? Oh, I didn't see that. When did he get seen? Because he's so new. But he just got arrested. Why wouldn't we see him on the felony then?
No, he was already seen on the film when you call on that. They just found these misdemeanor charges. That you see on spot.
You can just leave it. Hi, can I have your name?
Cheyenne River Ferguson Day.
Oh, hi, Mr. Day. This is Judge Hazel. Nice to see you again today.
Nice to see you, Mr. Hazel.
You look a little better today.
Oh, I'm fine, thank you. I'm a little angry, but I'm fine, thank you.
Okay, I'm not sure why you're here with us because I think we took care of it.
All I know is I haven't had my one phone call yet since I've been here to call my attorney.
Okay, well, I'll let Mr. Glenn know you're trying to get a hold of him.
I don't know why I'm here at all, actually.
Well, we went over that yesterday and we won't do that again today. They found a paraphernalia charge.
Where? On what?
Okay, well, let me finish, please.
Yep.
And so what I'm going to do is give you the same court date as you have in Oro Valley on the 16th at 10:30. I'm going to set the bond at $100 or $1,000 so you get credit for the time that you're in. I'm going to appoint Mr. Glenn to be your lawyer. So you'll have all your cases on the 16th and Mr. Glenn will be your lawyer, but I will let staff know that you wish to have Mr. Glenn give you a call, okay?
May I ask a question?
Yes.
Okay, so there's $1,000 for a paraphernalia that you talked about, which the police officer said that he was not going to push.
Well, they filed it and I've made a decision.
Okay, and then there was the other, me going to the house, where I was with my father and I didn't go on the property. I have the proof of that on my GoPro.
Okay, I will see you on the 16th.
Okay, so how much is it going to cost me to get out of jail now at this point?
$20,000.
I have a trap. How much?
$20,000.
$20,000 is my bond?
Yes. On all 4 of your cases or 5 of your cases.
That seems like a lot. Can you drop it down to maybe 25?
No, I've made a ruling already. We had that hearing yesterday. I'll see you on the 16th.
So I have to bond out at 40 grand?
No.
20,000.
How much?
I said 20,000.
20,000, which I have to come up with how much?
10%.
10% of 20,000.
Between you and the jail. All right, I'll see you on the 16th.
So I have to come out with $2,000, no problem. I can't wait to see you, Judge.
All right.
It'll be a great time.
All right, see you later.
Good evening, Your Honor. This is the Spanish interpreter.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you, Judge?
Good.
Your Honor, I don't have any Spanish speakers on my list tonight. May I be excused?
Let me ask the jail if there are any Spanish speakers. Sometimes that gets missed and then we don't know.
Okay, thank you.
The jail confirmed no Spanish speakers, Your Honor.
Okay, the interpreter can be excused then. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Have a good evening.
You too.
Thanks.
Person in the chair there, can I have your name, please?
Yes, sir. It's Ty Ray Pancott.
Which number would that be? Never understand. Sir, you're here today on 2 counts of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. Do you understand why you're here today?
Sorry, sir. You said 2 counts of aggravated assault?
That's what you're charged with, yes.
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, does the state wish to be heard on this matter?
Your Honor, the state's recommendation is a no bond hold given his status of being on release in a separate felony offense.
Okay. Thank you.
And Brad, I apologize if I'm missing something. I think the offense date on this is January 23rd, and it looks like the other case, the incident date was February 15th, so I don't know that he was on release.
Yeah, I looked at the pretrial.
Yeah, and sorry, Jenny, you're right. I had those dates mixed up. Judge, given that, the state would just request a $50,000 bond, given the nature of the offense and the nature of his other felony case.
And does anybody know what the bond is on the other case?
It's 50,000, Your Honor.
Okay. Go ahead.
I'm so sorry. I apologize. We would just ask for a nominal bond for time credit, Your Honor. He has been held in the jail since February 15th on a $50,000 bond. Being he's been unable to pay that, I think he's being effectively held no bond as is. So given his inability to pay, we would just ask for a nominal bond for time.
Yeah, I'm going to set the bond at $50,000 cash secured, give him a new preliminary hearing on the 14th of April. I'm going to appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent the defendant. Standard release conditions will apply, including no weapons, no firearms, don't drive without a license, no alcohol, no drugs, and surrender any firearms if he's released. And again, if you are released, you'll be supervised by pretrial services. So, sir, your bond will be $50,000. Your new court date is the 14th, okay? Good luck to you. Yes. No, did I? I thought I said it on the 16th. Let me go back to
Oh. One's right. Hey, I got 2 and 2 files for that. Thank you.
Hello, can I have your name, please?
Bernal.
Okay, Ms. Bernal, you're here today on new charges out of Oro Valley. Do you understand why you're here today?
Yes.
Okay. What I'm going to do is, my computer froze. Let me get back to that tab. I'm sorry. What I'm going to do is release you and give you a new court date on April the 16th at 9 a.m. in the Oro Valley Town Court in Oro Valley at Naranja and La Canada. You must appear at that time or a warrant will issue for your arrest. Standard release conditions will apply, including no contact with no firearms, no alcohol, no drugs. Okay? So you are being released.
Let's head down to. He'll give you paperwork with the dates. Just go out the door, so to do this. Gomez.
Hi, can I have your name, please?
Oscar Gomez.
Hi, I'm Judge Hazel. You're here today on a new trespassing charge. And you also have some warrants out of Tucson City Court. On your justice court case, I'm going to release you and give you a new court date of April the 25th at 8:30 in the morning in Pima County Justice Court in downtown Tucson. I'm sorry, the date's going to be April the 14th. Standard release conditions will be imposed, including no contact with any victims. Don't return to the scene of the crime. Let's take a look on city cases now. You have warrants out of the city of Tucson as well. I'm going to release you and give you a new court date of May the 5th at 2:30 in the afternoon. Standard release conditions will apply, including don't return to the scene of the crime, don't have any contact with any victims, no alcohol, no drugs. Do you understand you're being released?
Yeah.
Any questions?
No.
Good luck to you.
Thank you. All right, sir. Good. Sit outside with the males. McCormick, Arnold.
Hi, can I have your name, please?
Arnold McCormick.
Hi, I'm Judge Hazel. You're here tonight on charges of domestic violence, threats, and intimidating. Do you understand why you're here today?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to release you. I'm going to give you a new court date of April the 25th, or April the 14th, I'm sorry, at 10:30 in the morning in Pima County Justice Court in downtown Tucson. Standard release conditions will apply, including no contact with any victims. Don't return to the scene of the crime. If you have property at that location, you can return with the police to get that property. Other standard release conditions will be no firearms, no weapons, no alcohol, no drugs, commit no acts of domestic violence. So you are going to be released. Your new court date is the 14th, okay?
Thank you. All right, sir. Go to sleep. Go send up out the door to the males. Murdoch, Troy, sir. Good evening.
Hi, sir. Can I have your name?
Troy Murdoch.
Hi, I'm Judge Hazel. You're here today on charges of disorderly conduct, criminal damage, domestic violence. Do you understand why you're here today?
Yes.
And good evening, Judge Andrew Ross, on behalf of Mr. Murdoch, who's present in custody.
Okay, thank you for being here. So you have a citation out of Marana. Counsel, do you want to say anything on his behalf before I determine release conditions?
I don't want to belabor anything, Your Honor, but Mr. Murdoch's a 30-year resident of Pima County. He has a home here in Marana. He has 4 children in Marana. He has family who support him. Assuming Your Honor is inclined to impose a no return condition, he has a home where he can return to live with either his mom or his brother. And so we'd ask that he be released without any sort of bond required, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm going to release him and give him a new court date on May 7th at 10 a.m. in the Marana City Court. Standard release conditions will apply, including no acts of domestic violence, no firearms, no weapons, no drugs. Don't return to the scene of the crime, and don't go to have any contact with any victims. Pretrial services attempted to contact them, but they were not successful.
So we would ask, Your Honor, if we may, that he be allowed to return to the residence one time with police escort to grab personal items.
Yes, I'll grant that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, sir, you're being released. Good luck to you. Just make sure you make your court date.
Sir, Mr. Murdoch, thank you. Paperwork with your court dates now.
Judge, that's the only one I have. May I be excused?
Yes.
Straight up. Go to sit there, right? Go to sit down. Good to go. Yeah, you're good. Pointer, you're next. You're okay. He was in the room.
Sir, can I have your name?
Hunter Stephen Pointer.
Okay, you're here today on a number of things. First, you have a nuisance citation out of Nogales that you failed to appear in Tucson City Court. On that charge, I'm going to release you, give you a new court date of April the 16th. You need to appear in Nogales at that time. Next, you have a paraphernalia charge out of Justice Court. On that charge, I'm going to release you and give you a new court date of April the 24th at 10 a.m. in the Pima County Justice Court here in downtown Tucson. Standard release conditions will apply. Jill Glukin has already been appointed your lawyer, so I'm going to reaffirm that appointment. Standard release conditions, no firearms, no weapons, no alcohol, no drugs. Do you understand those conditions?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, looks like you have some stuff out of the city of Tucson. Let's take a look at that. Looks like you have some shoplifting and theft warrants and trespassing warrants out of the city of Tucson. I'm going to release you on those and give you a new court date of May 5th. So you have a variety of different court dates coming up. You need to make those court dates or you'll get additional warrants. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay, we're going to send the paperwork over and you'll be released. Just make sure you make those next court dates and go down to Nogales, okay?
Okay.
All right, good luck to you.
Upstairs or out the door downstairs, so emails. Straight up.
Here it is. I'll be right with you. Hold on.
Okay, Your Honor.
Hi, can I have your name?
Estrella Monique Loreto.
Okay, I'm Judge Hazel. You're here today because you have new charges of improper electronic communication and interference with judicial proceedings. Do you understand why you're here today?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm going to release you and give you a new court date of May the 5th, but I want to emphasize these release conditions. You can't contact this person that you've been allegedly attempting to contact, can't return to their location, and you can't have any alcohol or no drugs and cannot commit any acts of domestic violence. Do you understand? Your new court date is going to be May the 5th at 9 a.m. in Tucson City Court in downtown Tucson.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, good luck.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
Christmas. Is that what it?
Hi, can I have your name?
Justin Chrisman.
Were we reading at the charges, Your Honor?
All right, thank you. Sir, I'm Judge Hazel. Your attorney has advised you of the nature of the charges.
Yes.
Does the state have a recommendation in this matter?
Yes, Your Honor, excuse me. The state is recommending in this case a bond of $250,000. We do recognize the lack of criminal history of the defendant. However, the interim complaint is obviously very concerning, giving some of those details and given the charges in their general nature.
Attorney for the defendant.
Your Honor, what I see you release Mr. Chrisman to pretrial services supervision. Pretrial scored him at a 1. He does not have an NVCA flag. He's a 2 on the NCA scale, a 2 on the FTA scale. He has no prior failures to appear of any kind within the past 2 years or older than the past 2 years. Pretrial services was able to speak with his father, who did confirm that he is employed full-time and that he does have housing available both in Gilbert and also with his father if needed. Given that, we would ask that you release him to pretrial services supervision.
Thank you. I'm going to set a $50,000 cash secured bond if released through pretrial services. I'm going to set this matter for a preliminary hearing on the 14th at 1:30 p.m. in Justice Court. Standard release conditions will apply, including not drive without a valid license, no alcohol, no drugs, no acts of domestic violence, no firearms, no weapons. I'm appointing the Office of the Public Defender. I'm also ordering no contact with any persons under the age of 18. Sir, you'll be held on that bond. If you post it, you must appear at court at your date and time.
So I have $50,000 cash.
Or you can work with the bond company, pay attention.
Hi, can I have your name, please? Are we muted?
I'm so sorry, Your Honor, my fault.
It's all right, no problem. Can I have your name, please?
Sylvia Bustamante.
Hey, Mr. Bonte, I'm Judge Hazel. You're here tonight on charges of felony or aggravated DUI. Do you understand why you're here today?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Does the state have a position on this matter?
Your Honor, the state's recommendation is a no bond hold given her status as an on-release defendant, as well as the fact that this incident did occur after that incident.
Okay. Defendants?
Nothing I can add given the state's request, Your Honor.
Okay, ma'am, I'm going to hold you without bond and set you matter. First, I'm going to appoint a lawyer for you, the legal defender. I'm going to set you for a what's called a no bond hearing, which the attorney will explain, which means the state has to prove that you should be held without bond. I'm going to set the matter for a preliminary hearing on April the 14th at 1:30 p.m. in Justice Court. I'm going to order that you not drive without a valid license, no alcohol, no drugs, no weapons. If you are released for some reason, you'll be released through pretrial services. Then you have warrants out of the city of Tucson. Let's take a look at
What's the bond hearing set? I apologize.
I sent it over, but I think it was the 8th. The 8th.
Thank you.
Now you have warrants out of the city of Tucson, leaving the scene, endangerment, possession of drug paraphernalia. I'm going to set this matter for a non-transport review on June the 6th at 9 a.m. I'm going to appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you on that matter. And standard release conditions will apply. Good luck to you, ma'am. You have some upcoming court dates. If for some reason you're released, make sure you make those court dates, okay?
Evans.
Hi, can I have your name?
Devin Kobe Evans.
Hi, I'm Judge Hazel. You're here today on charges of theft of means of transportation and possession of drug paraphernalia. You also have some warrants out of the city of Tucson that we will discuss shortly. Does the state have a recommendation in this case?
Your Honor, the state's recommending a no bond hold given the new felony arrest tonight as well as the pending felony case.
Nothing I can add given the state's request, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. I'm going to set this matter for a no bond hearing on April the 8th at 2:30 p.m. I'm also going to set it for a preliminary hearing on April the 14th at 1:30 p.m. I'm going to impose standard release conditions, including no alcohol, no drugs, don't drive without a valid license, no firearms, don't return to the scene of the crime, no contact with any victims. I'm appointing the office of the public defender in this matter.
April 14th and April 8th.
Yes.
All right, sir. Thank you.
All right, let me go on to your other Tucson City cases now, okay?
All right.
You have a warrant out of Tucson City for DUI. What I'm going to do is set that for a non-transport review on June the 6th. And that will be at 9 a.m. I am going to appoint the office of the public defender to represent you in Tucson City Court. And you are going to be released under standard conditions. So on your Superior Court matter, your next court dates are the 8th and the 14th, okay?
All right, thank you, sir.
Good luck to you.
Thank you.
He was.
Bustamante at the last one, so help.
Devin, so go out there. Go out the door. Oh, just open it.
Hi, can I have your name, please?
Mr. Brian Howard.
Hi, I'm Judge Hazel. You're here today because you have a warrant out of Superior Court for your arrest on charges of fraudulent schemes, forgery, theft, aggravated trafficking, taking the identity of another, and more counts of forgery. And the Superior Court judge at that time set your bond at, when you failed to appear, in the amount of $5,000. Does the state have a position on this matter?
Your Honor, the state's recommending a $5,000 bond, which is the amount listed in the warrant. Because this is an attorney general case, I don't have further information about the nature of the offense.
Okay. Attorney for the defendant?
Honor, I would ask that you release Mr. Howard of pretrial services supervision. The offense dates are from May and June of 2021. The warrant issued in November of 2022. It doesn't, at least what pretrial services provided to us, does not indicate that the summons was ever mailed to him and he ever failed to appear at a court hearing. Pretrial service indicates he's never been previously arrested in this matter, so I don't believe he had a chance to appear out of custody for a hearing. This is his first felony arrest of any kind. Pretrial services was able to speak to his girlfriend, who did confirm that he has housing available and he is employed full time. He does not have an NVCA flag. These are nonviolent property offenses. Given that, we would ask that you give him an opportunity on pretrial services release.
Thank you. I'm going to affirm the prior bond amount set by Superior Court in the amount of $5,000. I'm going to set this matter for arraignment on the 10th at 1:30 p.m. in Superior Court. Standard release conditions will apply, including no contact with any victims, don't return to the scene of the crime. Sir, your next court date will be on the 10th. If you post the bond, you will be released, but you must appear in court at that time. Good luck to you.
So declare the only way we can get out is a bond.
Oh, hi. I'm so hard of hearing.
Okay, we'll turn the volume up.
I can't hear you.
Oh, I'm gonna turn up the volume for the judge.
Yes,
Your Honor,
please.
I don't know if you heard.
This side I hear, this side I don't.
Okay, I think you can put your right ear towards the camera. Okay. Hey, Mr. Marble?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Let me know if you have. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Let me know if you have any trouble understanding anything, and we can repeat it. Okay.
I would need that.
Okay, that's totally fine. Just stop us anytime.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Marble, I'm Judge Hazel.
Good afternoon or evening.
You're here today charged with criminal damage. The allegation is you rammed your car into another car. Do you understand why you're here today?
Yes, I do. They explained it to me.
All right. Does the state have a recommendation in this matter?
Your Honor, the state's okay with the defendant's release to pretrial services.
Attorney for the defendant?
No objection to that, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to release you, sir, and give you a new hearing on April the 23rd for a preliminary hearing. You'll get that date in writing. Standard release conditions will apply, including no contact with any victims, don't return to the scene of the crime, no weapons, no firearms, no alcohol, no drugs. So you are being released, but you must appear in your next court hearing. Do you understand?
I have one part that I missed.
Yeah, go ahead.
I heard something about the scene of the crime. I'm not sure I heard that.
So
I just want to go home.
No, totally understand. He said you can't return to the scene of the crime. If I can I'm just going to mute us for just a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
The guy.
Don't see the names. Your Honor, we would ask that he be allowed to return to the incident scene. I think that's his home. The alleged victim in this case, or the other people involved, do not reside there.
Well, it's down the street.
Okay, streets. Understood. Sorry, Your Honor. Thank you. And is the public defender appointed?
Yes.
Thank you.
Your Honor, have a good evening.
I think you're going
Am I
back.
finished?
Yeah, he's going back to pit.
Yeah. You go out the door, down the stairs, see what the mail is, okay? You can go out there. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Stand it.
Good evening. Can I have your name?
Brian Sandin.
I'm Judge Hazel. You're here today on two things. You have a warrant out of Tucson City Court, and you have new charges of possession of dangerous drugs, possession of drug paraphernalia. Does the state have a recommendation in this matter?
Your Honor, the state is okay with the defendant's release to pretrial services. He also is eligible for a steps court hearing.
All right, thank you. Attorney for the defendant.
No objection, Your Honor. We will waive time for the preliminary hearing to set out 45 days.
Okay, sir, on your felony matter, I'm going to release you. I'm going to set this matter for a steps hearing or a diversion hearing on April the 10th, a preliminary hearing on May the 19th. The hearing on May 19th is 1:30. The other one is 9 a.m. Standard release conditions will apply, including supervision through pretrial services. I'm appointing the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. So your next court on that date is on April the 10th. Let's go ahead and take a look at your warrant out of Tucson City Court. You failed to appear and a probation violation was filed against you on a charge of reckless driving. On that charge, I'm going to release you. I'm going to give you a new court date of April the 21st in Tucson City Court in downtown Tucson at 2 p.m. You must appear at that time or a warrant will issue for your arrest. Standard release conditions will also apply in this case. So you're being released on both of your cases, sir.
Great. Thank you, Your Honor.
You have a good day.
Thank you. Ready? 2 minutes.
Sir, can I have your name, please?
Nathan Tippett.
Hi, I'm Judge Hazel. You're here today. You're here today on charges of domestic violence, aggravated assault, strangulation, domestic violence, kidnapping. Do you understand why you're here tonight?
Yes, Your Honor.
The state have a position on this matter?
The state recommends bond of $50,000 due to the nature of the offense as well as the information contained in the Form 4C, which indicates that the victim is at high risk. The state has also included the statistics as it relates to intimate partner strangulation as well.
Thank you. Defense have a position?
Mr. Honor, I want to say you release Mr. Tippett to pretrial services supervision. He's a 1 on the NCA scale, a 1 on the FTA scale. He does reside with his mother, which is separate and apart from the alleged victim in this case. He is employed part-time, working with his mother's partner. Given that, we would ask that you release him to pretrial services supervision.
Thank you. What I'm going to do in this matter is set this matter for a preliminary hearing on April the 14th at 1:30 p.m. in Superior Court, or in Justice Court. I'm going to set a secured cash bond in the amount of $20,000. If that bond is posted, he'll be supervised through pretrial services. Standard conditions of release will apply, including no alcohol, no drugs, no firearms. I'm directing he has no contact with any victims and don't return to the victim's residence or work. And I'm appointing the Office of the Public Defender to represent the defendant. Sir, your next hearing is on April the 14th. Your bond is $20,000. If you post it, you will be released, but you must appear in court on April the 14th. Do you have any questions?
How would I be able to get a restraining order on her? Because I
don't know. I don't think I see any questions for the court, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Is there anything further from the prosecutor?
We're done.
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything?
I go. I remember because my brother's over breastfeeding medication. All right.
Good evening, you may be seated. Okay. This is the time set for the 8 p.m. initial appearance calendar for April 3rd, 2025. The court's orders for the taking of fingerprints and DNA samples will apply to all matters on this calendar. I am going to call each of you up to the podium one by one, where I will ask you for your first and last name and your date of birth. I will then advise you as to why you are here, whether or not an attorney has been appointed to you, what your upcoming court dates are, what your bond is if you are eligible for bond, and what your release conditions will be. Some of you may have questions while I'm providing this advisement. I would just ask that you hold your questions until I complete the advisement. In addition, your questions should only be related to your release conditions only. So with that being said, Mr. Wall, will you please come to the podium?
Don't even know what time it is.
Ms. Stetson, would you like to state your appearance?
Yes, Your Honor. Good evening. Ashley Stetson on behalf of the state.
Mr. Cummings, would you like to state your appearance?
Yeah, good evening, Your Honor. Ryan Cummings on behalf of Mr. Wall. I'm appearing virtually. He is there in custody.
Mr. Wall, will you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Devin Wall, 11/17/98.
Mr. Wall, you are here today because you were charged with the following. One count of aggravated assault, a Class 3 felony. One count of possession of a narcotic drug, a Class 4 felony. One count of disorderly conduct involving a weapon or dangerous instrument, a Class 6 felony. One count of endangerment, a Class 6 felony. One count of threatening or intimidating with damage, a Class 1 misdemeanor, and one count of assault with fear of physical injury, a Class 3 misdemeanor. Mr. Cummings, do you want to be heard on probable cause?
Nothing on probable cause, Judge. I'll just make argument for release conditions.
So I did find probable cause as to all the offenses except for possession of a narcotic drug. You have an upcoming court date on, and Mr. Cummings, are you, I'm sorry, I just looked at everything very quickly. Is this a limited notice of appearance, or are you?
Judge, it would be for all future court dates.
Okay. So there's a status conference hearing on April 9th at 8:30. There's a preliminary hearing on April 11th at 8:30. I did review the probable cause statement and the state's recommendations. I understand that Ms. Stetson wants to be heard regarding release conditions, so I will hear from the state first, and then I will hear from Mr. Cummings.
Yes, Your Honor, state does want to be heard regarding conditions of release as well as bail. Your Honor, state is asking for $200,000 cash in this case. The allegations of this case are quite concerning. The behavior of the suspect is quite concerning. Your Honor, the allegations, briefly, as Your Honor stated, has already read the Form 4, but the suspect was flashing gang signs, was threatening to kill the alleged victim. There was a weapon present. There was a child present. This happened in a roadway with other vehicles present. The state believes, based on the suspect's alleged behavior, that he is an extreme risk to the community. He does not have any felony history that the state could find. However, he does have a past 2024 conviction out of Buckeye for disorderly conduct, fighting. Your Honor, the Form 4 also indicated that he has ties to Las Vegas, which obviously does raise concerns to the state about his willingness to appear. But based on the allegations, the state does have concerns for the safety of the community. I do see that the suspect finds this humorous, but the state is taking this very seriously. But for those reasons, the state asked for that bond, as well as the written conditions in the Form 4, which were no contact with any witnesses or alleged victims, no possession of firearms, no alcohol, and or illegal substances, and no returning to the scene of the incident. Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Cummings?
Thank you, Your Honor. And Your Honor, I understand based on the Form 4, the state's concern with the threat to the community. However, I think that should be able to be alleviated. Mr. Wall would have an order to not be able to possess any firearms. We would also ask for the pretrial services with electronic monitoring so that his whereabouts can be known. Judge, but I believe that a $200,000 bond is excessive, cash bond is excessive, given the fact of his limited criminal history, the fact that he is he's been living in Arizona for some time now. He may have ties to Las Vegas, but that doesn't mean that he wouldn't show up. He's obviously, his family called us at about 8 o'clock this morning, as soon as our phone started ringing, to be able to retain us and get us on board with them. So we've been there every step of the way. As I've mentioned, Judge, we're hired for the remainder of the case. So I think that shows his willingness to come back to court to be able to resolve these types of cases. I'll note that he does have a 4-year-old that he is the sole custodian for, while his mother's in California working. Mr. Wall's mother has custody of the child right now. I know that Mr. Wall is gainfully employed. So I think that all of that shows that he would be willing to show back up to court. He would be willing to answer for these. Judge, what I would ask for is a $25,000 secured appearance bond. The no alcohol is not a problem. No drugs, not a problem. Electronic monitoring would be appropriate then. And then I think that should suffice for community safety. That way his whereabouts are known. And again, he knows that there would be no firearms allowed, not even just with him, but with anybody else, either residing in his residence, in a car, all of those sorts of things. And I'll explain to him in detail his release conditions and exactly what would be expected of him while he's on release. Judge, I also note that, at least from my system, it's still showing a pre-filed number, which could also mean that status conference gets scratched, which often happens in this and could go grand jury, which would mean that essentially Mr. Wall would be sitting in custody without the ability to have that court date coming up on the 9th or the 11th, Judge. So it could get delayed further. But I think, Judge, given Mr. Wall's history, the fact that he's hired counsel for all the cases moving forward, I believe that the safety of the community can be handled with electronic monitoring, as well as a $25,000 secured appearance bond. Judge, it's not a low bond. Obviously, we're not asking for release to pretrial services itself, but I think that with a $25,000 bond, secured appearance bond, and a release to pretrial services with electronic monitoring, I believe that the state's concern for the safety of the public should be good with that, as well as securing Mr. Wall's appearances for all future court appearances. Thank you, Judge.
So I was aware that the state was going to be requesting a $200,000 bond cash. When I reviewed the information, I reviewed the probable cause statement as well as reviewing what criminal history Mr. Wall may or may not have. I do believe that a bond is appropriate here. When I have to consider the facts and circumstances of which I made a probable cause finding on, and the risk to the community based upon the facts and circumstances of which I reviewed, I do believe that there is a very valid concern about the safety of the community. And while counsel raised the issue that Mr. Wall has a child, according to the probable cause statement, the child was present at the time that these alleged offenses occurred, and that's quite concerning to the court that on the one hand you assert that he is essentially a single father, but I made a probable cause finding that he was engaging in behavior that was not putting the safety of his child at the forefront. And so that also then leads to what concerns are you going to be making towards the community safety as well. So I believe that a $75,000 secured appearance bond is appropriate here. The release conditions are that Mr. Wall cannot return to the scene of the crime. He cannot initiate any contact with the alleged victims. He cannot possess any weapons. And those are just the main ones that I'm highlighting. There's a number of other release conditions reflected in the release order. Mr. Wall, if you fail to comply with these release conditions or you fail to appear for your court dates, any bond that you post would be forfeited. A warrant would be issued for your arrest and additional bond could be imposed. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there anything else from you, Mr. Cummings?
Judge, just one thing. Mr. Wall, don't talk to anybody about your case, about anything. Make sure you don't talk on the phone about anything unless you're talking to me, okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Judge.
Ms. Stetson, is there anything more from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, so if there's nothing further from the parties, you both may be excused. Mr. Wall, I believe the deputies will be handing you your paperwork and you can have a seat.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Sure, you guys have a good night. Mr. Magyar, will you please come into the courtroom? And Ms.
Good evening.
ICEMAN, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. Hello, sir. Can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Jeremy Lucas Laszlo Magyar, 10/17/81.
You're here for two matters. You have one new case, and then you have a warrant that was issued when you failed to appear for a court date. So as to your new case, you were charged with one count of possession of a dangerous drug, a class 4 felony, and one count of possession of a narcotic drug, a class 4 felony. I did not find probable cause as to possession of a dangerous drug, but I did find probable cause as to possession of a narcotic drug. I did appoint an attorney to represent you in this matter. You will have a status conference hearing on April 9th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on April 11th at 8:30. Because you were on felony release at the time that this alleged offense occurred, by statute, you are not eligible for bond today. So I did schedule an evidentiary hearing for you for April 10th at 1:30. Then as to your warrant for failing to appear, an attorney was already appointed to represent you on that matter. You do have a status conference hearing. You do have a status conference hearing on April 9th at 8:30. And I need one moment. So I need to make a record of, I need to change the order a little bit. So according to the warrant, you are not eligible for, bond today. Because it looks like you had already, perhaps you had already entered into a, hold on a second. This is still not right. So it looks like you had already been convicted of the DUIs and you were awaiting sentencing, from what I can tell. I'm not sure. This is just based on the order for the failure to appear. So I have found that based on my review of the docket and the that I can understand what was going on. It appears that there's a reasonable probability that you might be, that there might be a time of incarceration here. So that is so you're not eligible for bond because that's how the warrant was written.
Good.
Based on that warrant. So that's pretty much, so I did fix it. Can I just kind of find my own way to redo that? Oh, I didn't sign it? There, thank you. Okay. All right, so that takes care of everything that I have to advise you of. If you will please step to the left, the officer will give you your paperwork. Well, one of the orders is being corrected, and so we'll bring that in to you once it's ready. Ms. Ailman, if you'll please come into the courtroom, and Mr. Soto, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. So, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Denise Escalante Aleman, May 25th, 2000.
You are here on a new case. You were charged with 2 counts of possession of a dangerous drug for sale, a Class 2 felony. I did find probable cause as to both counts. I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You will have a status conference hearing on April 9th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on April 11th at 8:30. You have a cash-only bond in the amount of $200,000. If you're able to post bond, you do need to make sure that you appear for your court dates. If you fail to appear, any bond that you post will be forfeited. Another warrant will issue for your arrest, and additional bond could be imposed. So that takes care of everything that I have to advise you of today. If you will please step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork. Mr. Soto, will you please come into the courtroom? Hello, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Martin Soto, 11-11-90.
You are here today on a new case. You were charged with 1 count of possession of narcotic drugs for sale, a Class 2 felony, and 1 count of possession of narcotic drugs for use, a Class 4 felony. I did find probable cause on both counts. I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You have a status conference hearing on April 9th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on April 11th at 8:30. You have a cash-only bond in the amount of $75,000. If you are able to post bond, you need to comply with your release conditions as well as appear for your court date. If you fail to comply with your release conditions or appear for your court date, any bond posted will be forfeited, a warrant would issue for your arrest, and additional bond could be imposed. That takes care of everything that I have to advise you of this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Reyes, will you please come into the courtroom? And Mr. Halleck, if you'll please have a seat in the chair.
Operator Reyes.
Hello, sir. Can
Hello,
you
ma'am.
please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Alfred Reyes, May 3rd, 2004.
You are here today because a grand jury charged you with aggravated assault, a Class 5 felony, alleged to have occurred on May 11th of 2024. I did appoint an attorney to represent you in this matter. You do have an arraignment hearing on April 10th at 8:30. I am aware that you are in DOC custody. There is a bond from the grand jury warrant. It is being treated as a placeholder bond, so that you will remain in our custody until the completion of the case. Once this case is completed, then you would return to DOC custody, but the bond will allow you to continue to accrue credit towards your time. So that takes care of everything that I have to advise you of today. If you will step to the left, the officer will give you your paperwork. Mr. Halick or Halleck, if you'll please come to the courtroom, and Mr. Cherry, will you please have a seat in the chair? So, sir, will you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
It's Drake Halleck, October 3rd, 1993.
You are here today on a new case. You were charged with 1 count of possessing a weapon during a drug offense, a Class 4 felony, 1 count of possession of a dangerous drug, a Class 4 felony, 1 count of endangerment, a Class 6 felony, and 1 count of discharging a firearm within a city limit, a Class 6 felony. I did find probable cause as to all those counts, and I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You have a status conference hearing on April 9th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on April 11th at 8:30. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $25,000. If you are able to post bond, you cannot possess any weapons as one of your release conditions. Failure to comply with your release conditions or appear for your court date will result in any bond that you post being forfeited. A warrant would issue for your arrest and additional bond could be imposed. That takes care of everything that I needed to advise you of. If you will please step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork.
Thank you.
Mr. Cherry, will you please come into the courtroom, and Ms. Hill, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. I just did, honey. Is there anything else that you think that we didn't do? We just completed number 33. Okay. All right, Mr. Cherry, will you please state your first last name and your date of birth?
Michael Cherry, 0120-1994.
You were here today on a new case. You were charged with 1 count of aggravated assault, a Class 4 felony, 1 count of unlawful imprisonment, a Class 6 felony, 1 count of assault with intent to injure, a Class 1 misdemeanor, and 1 count of disorderly conduct involving fighting, a Class 1 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause to all those counts. The date of those alleged offenses is March 30th, 2025. I appointed an attorney to represent you. You will have a status conference hearing on April 9th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on April 11th at 8:30. You will have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $40,000. If you are able to post bond, you'll be released to pretrial services on electronic monitoring. You cannot return to the scene of the alleged crime. You cannot initiate any contact with the alleged victim. You cannot possess any weapons. If there are any orders of protection or orders against harassment, you must comply with those orders. You cannot reside with the alleged victim, even if you are the owner or renter of the residence. You are permitted one civil standby with local law enforcement to assist you in retrieving your essential belongings. If you violate the no contact order in this case, you could be charged with aggravated harassment, which is a Class 6 felony. Failure to comply with your release conditions or to appear for your court dates would result in any bond that you post being forfeited. A warrant would issue for your arrest, and additional bond would be imposed. That takes care of everything that I need to advise you of.
You said 40,000?
Secured appearance. That's 10% plus collateral.
Okay.
Ms. Hill, will you please come into the courtroom? And Mr. Lopez, will you please have a seat in the chair? Hello. Can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Heather Hill, August 9th, 2000.
You were here because a grand jury charged you with 1 count of fraudulent schemes and artifices, a Class 2 felony alleged to have occurred on August 26th, 2024 through October 5th, 2024. And count 22, trafficking in stolen property, a Class 3 felony alleged to have occurred on October 5th of 2024. I did appoint an attorney to represent you in this matter. You do have an arraignment hearing on April 10th at 8:30. The grand jury had a bond in the amount, a secured appearance bond in the amount of $5,000. If you are able to post bond, you cannot return to the scene of the alleged crime. You cannot initiate any contact with the alleged victim. You cannot have any contact with your co-defendant. You must contact your probation officer within 72 hours of your release. Failure to comply with your release conditions or to appear for your court date would result in any bond that you post being forfeited. A warrant would issue for your arrest, and additional bond can be imposed. This takes care of everything that I needed to advise you of. If you have no questions for me, if you will step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork.
Thank you.
Mr. Lopez, will you please come into the courtroom? And Mr. Johnson, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Lopez.
Yeah, he'll be brought in when the courtroom is cleared.
Okay, that, it was not, I'm gonna fix that one. Okay. Mr. Johnson, will you please come into the courtroom? And Mr. Franco, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. Hello, sir. Can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Bradley Scott Johnson, 5'5", from 1992.
You are here today because a warrant was issued when you failed to appear for a court date. An attorney was already appointed to represent you in this matter. You do have an arraignment hearing on April 10th at 8:30. I am aware that you are in DOC custody. The warrant did have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $1,200. I'm going to impose that $1,200 because you're going to remain here in our custody until this matter is resolved, and then you'll return to DOC custody if you have any time remaining, but that'll allow you to continue to accrue time while you're here. Okay? So that takes care of everything that I have to advise you of. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Franco, will you please come into the courtroom? And Ms. Manuelos, if you'll please have a seat in the chair.
Hi, Your Honor. Natalia Franco Moravilla. My birthday is September 26, 1997.
You are here today because a warrant was issued when you failed to appear for a hearing. An attorney was already appointed to represent you in this matter. You do have a status conference hearing on April 9th at 8:30. You do have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $1,000. The information that I have is that arrangements were made for you to be brought over from ICE. So you'll remain here in our custody until this matter is resolved. And then once your matter is resolved, you'll be returned to ICE custody.
So when is my status here?
April 9th at 8:30.
But I have a court on that on the 8th over there.
So I'm not sure. I don't know what to tell you regarding that. My understanding is that arrangements were made, so I don't know if that court was notified of what. But you do have an attorney that's appointed to you already, so you should contact your attorney and see if they can help you out with that.
Okay, yeah, and I have the proof I was in their custody.
So that's not the issue, and we know that. That's how we know, and arrangements were made for you to be brought here, but you have to remain here until your matter is resolved, and then once your matter is resolved, then you return to that.
So you said there was a warrant issued?
Because you failed to appear for your court date. You're telling me that you failed to appear because you were in ICE custody. I understand that, and with that being said, because that information was known, arrangements were made to bring you here out of ICE custody so you could take care of this case. Mr. Banuelos, if you'll please come into the courtroom, and Mr. Ward, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. Hello, sir. Can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Adolfo Bañuelos, 31079.
Thank you. You are here today because a direct complaint was filed where you were charged with 1 count of possession of a dangerous drug, a Class 4 felony, and 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony, alleged to have occurred on May 11th of 2024. I did appoint an attorney to represent you in this case. You do have a status conference hearing on April 9th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on April 11th at 8:30. You do have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $100, which is a placeholder bond. I'm aware that you're in DOC custody. So the placeholder bond will allow you to accrue credit for your time while you're in MCSO custody, where you will remain until this matter is resolved. So that takes care of everything that I have to advise you of today.
What's the next court date?
Your next court date is April 9th at 8:30.
Thank you.
Hello, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
No, Raymond Ward, 10204.
You are here today because a warrant was issued when you failed to appear for your court date. An attorney was already appointed to represent you in this matter. You have a status conference hearing on April 9th at 8:30. Your warrant had a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. If you are able to post bond, you do need to make sure you appear for your court date. If you fail to appear for your court date, any bond that you post will be forfeited. Another warrant would issue for your arrest, and additional bond would be imposed. That takes care of everything that I have to advise you of. If you have no questions for me, if you'll step to the left, the officer will give you your paperwork. Ms. Massey, will you please come to the courtroom? And Ms. Beecham, will you please have a seat in the chair? Yeah. Hello, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Leanne Massey, 3/16/69.
You are here today because you have a violation of probation. I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You do have a probation revocation possible disposition hearing on April 10th at 8:30. You do have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $250. If you are able to post bond, you do need to make sure you appear for your court date. If you fail to appear, any bond that you post will be forfeited. Another warrant would issue for your arrest, and additional bond would be imposed. That takes care of everything that I have to advise you of. So if you have no questions for me, if you'll step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork.
No. Thank you.
Ms. Beecham, will you please come into the courtroom? And Mary Skank, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. So, ma'am, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Toby Christina Beecham, 10/12/76.
Thank you. You are here today because you have a warrant out of Maryvale Justice Court. I did appoint an attorney to represent you in this matter. You do have an arraignment hearing on April 8th at 8:30. You do have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. If you are able to post bond, you do need to make sure that you have two. I'm so sorry. The second warrant is, you have two warrants out of Maryvale Justice Court. The court dates are the same for both of them. I did appoint an attorney to represent you in both of them. And each warrant had a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. So you have a total secured appearance bond in the amount of $1,000. If you are able to post a bond, you do need to appear for your court date. If you fail to appear, any bond that you post will be forfeited. A warrant would issue for your arrest, and additional bond would be imposed.
Okay.
So that takes care of everything that I have to advise you of. If you have no questions for me, if you will step to your left, the officer will take care of your paperwork.
Thank you.
Ms. Gake, will you please come into the courtroom? And Mr. Bandon, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. Ma'am, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Mary Elizabeth King, 12/29/88.
You are here today because you have a violation of probation. I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You have a probation revocation possible disposition hearing on April 10th at 8:30. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $50. If you are able to post bond, you do need to make sure you appear for your court date. If you fail to appear, any bond that you post will be forfeited. A warrant would issue for your arrest, and additional bond would be imposed. So that takes care of everything that I have to advise you of. Mr. Bandon, will you please come into the courtroom? And Mr. Peterson, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. Counselor, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Rodolfo William Bandin Jr., 12/22/1986.
You are here today because you have a violation of probation. I did appoint an attorney to represent you in this matter. You do have a probation revocation possible disposition hearing on April 10th at 8:30. Your warrant does have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $750. If you are able to post bond, you do need to make sure you appear for your court date. Do you remember at the beginning where I asked you to wait until I finished advising you?
Yeah.
Okay. So if you are able to post bond, you do need to make sure you appear for your court date. If you fail to appear, any bond that you post will be forfeited, a warrant will be issued for your arrest, and additional bond would be imposed. What is your question?
Is it possible, Your Honor, if I can, due to the the amount, if I could get it lowered to any other amount, I possibly could be able to pay it within the day or within the next 2 days?
No, this judge issued this warrant on March 28th, so the information that he heard was current and recent, and this is for a violation of probation, so apparently he heard information that you were not complying with probation, and he believed it to the degree that he ordered a $750 bond. So that's what the order is. Mr. Peterson, if you'll please come into the courtroom, and Mr. Rodriguez, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. Hello, sir. Can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Josh Peterson, February 7th, 1983.
You are here today because you have a violation of probation. I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You do have a probation revocation possible disposition hearing on April 10th at 8:30. You do have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. Kayla, I have to fix this order. This didn't include my the information that he, I knew that he was in custody and it didn't save. You do have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. That is essentially a placeholder bond. I am aware that you are in DOC custody. You will remain in our custody until this matter is completed, and then you would return to DOC custody. But the bond will allow you to continue to accrue time, credit towards your time that you are serving. So that takes care of everything that I needed to advise you of. If you'll go ahead and have a seat, we're going to bring your paperwork into you once it's ready. Yeah, I'm doing it right now. Okay. I did sign it, so I don't know why sometimes it's... Mr. Rodriguez, will you please come into the courtroom? And Ms. Sandoval, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. Hello, sir. Can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Jose Ramon Rodriguez, March 4th, 1976.
You are here today because you have a warrant out of the town of Fountain Hills. I did appoint an attorney to represent you in this matter. You do have an arraignment hearing on April 9th at 9 o'clock. You do have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500 per the warrant. If you are able to post bond, you do need to make sure that you appear for your court date. If you fail to appear, any bond that you post will be forfeited. Another warrant would issue for your arrest and additional bond could be imposed. That takes care of everything that I have to advise you of. If you have any questions for me.
So I have to post $500 bond of another relief?
Secured appearance, it's 10% plus collateral for $500.
Okay. So I can't leave them all in cognizance?
No.
Because today was actually the first time I even heard of this, to be honest with you, Judge.
Sir, this charge has been pending since the date of the offense was April 27th of 2021. And this warrant was issued in December of 2023.
But today, honestly, was the first time I even heard of it.
I'm not sure how that's the first time that you've ever heard of it.
I've never received that. That's God's honest truth. But
well, I have no way to look at the documentation there for the city of Fountain Hills, so that's...
Okay.
Thank you. Ms. Sandoval, will you please come into the courtroom? And Ms. Nelson, will you please have a seat in the chair? Ma'am, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Julissa Sandoval, 09/17/1991.
You are here because you have a warrant out of Goodyear Municipal Court and you have a new case. I'm going to talk to you first about your new case. You were charged with 1 count of possession of a dangerous drug, a class 4 felony. I did find probable cause as to that offense, and I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You do have a status conference hearing on April 9th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on April 11th at 8:30. You do have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. As to your warrant out of Goodyear Municipal Court, I did appoint an attorney to represent you in that matter. That warrant had a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. And again, if you're able to post bond, you do need to make sure you appear for your court date. So between your 2 cases, you have a total of $1,000 of secured appearance bond.
Is there any way I could do that into payments, split payments?
This is what your bond is. Your warrant that you have out of Goodyear Municipal Court, that's been pending since October 2026. And actually, the amount on the warrant is actually $2,500, and I lowered it to $500.
Okay. Is there any way to get released on OR? How it
No.
works?
That's the best I can do for you.
Okay.
So if you are able to post your bond, you need to make sure you appear for your court dates, or another warrant is going to issue, an additional bond will be imposed.
Okay. And that's not cash only?
Secured appearance is 10%.
Okay.
Okay, that takes care of everything that we have to talk about.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Nelson, will you please come into the courtroom? And Mr. Glad, will you please have a seat in the chair? Hello.
Hello, how are you doing?
Good. Can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Amanda Nelson, 9/6/81.
You are here because a direct complaint was filed where you were charged with 1 count of possession of a dangerous drug, a class 4 felony, and 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia, a class 6 felony. The date of the alleged offenses is November 13th, 2024. I did appoint an attorney to represent you in this matter. You do have a status conference hearing on April 17th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on April 21st at 8:30. I am going to release you to pretrial services, but you do have to promise to appear for your court dates. Do you promise to appear?
Oh, thank you so much. Yes, no problem.
If you fail to appear for your court dates or to comply with your release conditions, a warrant will issue for your arrest and a bond will be imposed. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay, if you'll please step to your left, officer will give you your
Thank you
paperwork.
for releasing me. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Mr. Glad?
Thank you.
Mr. Glad, will you please come to the courtroom?
Hello.
Well, sir, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Jake Glad, July 27, 2004.
You are here today on a new case. You were charged with 1 count of harassment by communication, a class 1 misdemeanor, and 1 count of criminal damage, a class 2 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause as to both of those offenses. The date of the alleged offenses is March 12, 2025. I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You will have a arraignment hearing on April 23rd at 1 o'clock. I am inclined to release you on your own recognizance today. You do have to promise to appear for your court date.
Yes, ma'am.
You do have the following release conditions. You cannot return to the scene of the alleged crime. You cannot initiate any contact with the alleged victim. You cannot possess any weapons. If there are any orders of protection or orders against harassment that have been issued, you must comply with those orders.
Yes, ma'am.
You cannot contact the victims for any reason, and you are cautioned that if you violate the no victim contact order in this case, you could be charged with aggravated harassment, which is a class 6 felony. Failure to comply with your release conditions or to appear for your court date will result in a warrant issuing for your arrest and a bond being imposed. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so if you'll step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork. Ms. McNeely, will you please come into the courtroom? And Mr. Gishi, if you please have a seat in the chair. Hello, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Kezia McNeely, 01/27/1998.
You are here today because there was a warrant that was issued out of Goodyear Municipal Court. Due to the nature of the offense, I did not appoint an attorney to you. You are not entitled to a court-appointed attorney. You do have an arraignment hearing on April 23rd at 1 o'clock. I am inclined to release you on your own recognizance. You do have to promise to appear for your court date. Do you promise to appear for your court date?
Yes.
Please make sure that you do appear. I'm cutting you a break because this is the first time that you failed to appear, and it was fairly recent. If you do not appear, you have a bond in the amount of $500, and that'll probably go up.
Okay.
So you need to make sure you show up to court, all right?
Okay, thank you.
All right. That's it. Mr. Gishi, if you'll please come to the courtroom. Sir, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Brian Gishi, 11/12/79.
You are here today on a new case. You were charged with 1 count of possession of a dangerous drug, a class 4 felony. I did find probable cause as to that charge, and I did appoint an attorney to represent you. Oh, I did not find probable cause. I had to fix this. I don't know if anybody's listening, but I did have to correct this order, so there's going to be a corrected order coming. I did not find probable cause as to the charge. I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You do have a status conference hearing on April 17th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on April 21st at 8:30. Please make sure that you do attend your court dates. This takes care of everything that I have to advise you of. So if you'll please have a seat. You're getting released, but your order is not ready yet. So if you'll go ahead and have a seat back in holding, we're going to bring it to you when it's ready.
I'm getting released today?
Yes.
Services and more.
Is the interpreter able to hear the court?
I can hear you. My name is Marco. I'll be your Spanish interpreter.
Thank you. The next 3 matters that I'm calling do require your services. Mr. Figueroa, will you please come into the courtroom?
Señor Figueroa, ¿podría por favor venir a la sala de la corte?
Sir, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Señor, ¿usted puede decir su nombre y apellido y su fecha de nacimiento?
Judas Alexis Figueroa, mayo 31, 2005.
¿Dice que su nombre es Julio?
Judas,
gracias. Judas Figueroa, May 31st, 2005.
You are here today because a warrant was issued when you failed to appear for your court date.
Usted está aquí el día de hoy porque se hizo una orden y usted no llegó a la fecha de la corte.
An attorney was already appointed to represent you in this matter.
Ya se le asignó un abogado para representarlo en este tema.
You will have a status conference hearing on April 9th at 8:30.
Usted va a tener una conferencia de una escucha el 9 de abril a las 8:30.
The warrant had a secured appearance bond in the amount of $1,000.
Esta orden tiene una fianza del monto de $1,000.
The court is aware that you are in DOC custody.
La corte está al tanto de que usted está bajo custodia de BOC.
The bond will act as a placeholder.
I'm sorry, would you repeat that statement?
The bond is a placeholder.
Thank you. Esta fianza es la que va a sostener el lugar.
Which will allow you to continue to get credit for your time served.
lo que le va a permitir continuar teniendo crédito por el tiempo que vaya a servir.
While you are in the MCSO custody,
Mientras esté en la custodia de NSS.
once this matter is completed,
Una vez que se complete este tema,
you will return to DOC custody.
usted va a volver a la custodia del OC.
This concludes my advisement to you.
Esto concluye la información que tengo para darle.
Thank you.
It was already marked as an interpreter model? Oh, okay. Mr. Martinez, will you please come into the courtroom?
Señor Martínez, ¿puede venir por favor a la sala de la corte?
Sir, will you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Señor, ¿usted puede decir su nombre, apellido y su fecha de nacimiento?
Gilberto Peralta Martínez, 26 de octubre de 1996.
Gilberto Peralta Martinez, October 26, 1996.
You are here on a warrant from Country Meadows Justice Court.
Usted está aquí por una orden de la Corte de Justicia del Condado de Maro.
I did appoint an attorney to represent you.
Ya le asignaron a un abogado para que lo represente.
You have an arraignment hearing on April 8th at 8:30.
Usted tiene una escucha el día 8 de abril a las 8:30.
You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500.
Usted tiene, I'm sorry, you said $500, just to make sure.
Yes, $500.
Thank you. Y usted tiene una fianza que se le asignó por $500.
If you are able to post bond,
Si usted puede pagar esta fianza,
you must appear for your court date.
usted tiene que aparecer para su día de la corte.
You are also here on a new case.
Usted también está aquí por un caso nuevo.
You were charged with one count of aggravated DUI.
Se le cargó un cargo de manejo bajo la influencia agravado.
A class 4 felony.
Que sería un cargo estatal.
And one count of endangerment.
Y un cargo de poner en peligro.
Also a class 1 misdemeanor.
Y también que es un cargo menor.
I did find probable cause as to both counts.
Encontramos causa probable para los dos casos.
And I did appoint an attorney to represent you.
Y se le asignó un abogado para que lo represente.
You have a status conference hearing on April 9th at 8:30.
Usted tiene una audiencia de este estado el 9 de abril a las 8:30.
And a preliminary hearing on April 11th at 8:30.
y una audiencia preliminar el 11 de abril a las 8:30.
You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $5,000.
Usted tiene una fianza de aparición secundaria del monto de $5,000.
If you are able to post bond,
Si usted puede pagar esta fianza,
you will be released to pretrial services.
se le va a liberar para los servicios de antes del juicio,
where you will participate in alcohol testing and monitoring.
donde le van a hacer pruebas de alcohol y monitoreo.
You cannot have any contact with the alleged victim.
No puede tener ningún contacto con la víctima.
Failure to comply with your release conditions
Y si usted no puede, si usted no cumple con las condiciones de liberación
and failure to appear for your court date,
y si no aparece para su fecha de la corte,
will result in any bonds that you post
se va a resolver con cualquiera de las fianzas que usted pague.
being forfeited,
Se le va a asignar,
a warrant will issue for your arrest,
y se le va a hacer una orden para su arresto.
an additional bond would be imposed.
Y se le va a imponer una fianza adicional.
This completes my advisement to you.
Esto completa mi sugerencia.
If you will please step to the left.
Por favor, párese a la izquierda.
The officer will give you your paperwork.
El oficial le va a dar su papeleo.
Mr. Zaragoza Cervantes, if you'll please come into the courtroom.
Señor Zaragoza Cervantes, ¿puede por favor venir a la sala de la corte?
Are we all clear?
I'm sorry?
Are we all clear?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Sir, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Señor, ¿usted puede decir su nombre, apellido y su fecha de nacimiento?
Salvador Zaragoza, enero 27 del 73.
Disculpe, ¿cuál es su primer nombre?
Salvador Zaragoza, Cervantes, enero 27 de 1973.
Zaragoza. Mr. Salvador Zaragoza Cervantes, January 27, 73.
Sir, you were here because the grand jury charged you with the following crimes or offenses.
Usted está aquí, señor, porque el jurado principal le asignó los siguientes crímenes o los siguientes cargos.
2 counts of sexual conduct with a minor,
2 cargos por conducta sexual con un menor.
a Class 2 felony,
Un cargo estatal de clase 2
alleged to have occurred on January 1st, 2009,
que supuestamente ocurrió el 1 de enero del 2009
through December 31st of 2013.
al 31 de diciembre del 2013.
Another count of sexual conduct with a minor,
Otro cargo por conducta sexual con un menor,
a Class 2 felony,
un delito estatal de clase 2
alleged to have occurred on January 1st of 2012
que aparentemente sucedió el 1 de enero del 2012
through January 1st of 2014.
al 1 de enero del 2014.
I did appoint an attorney to represent you in this matter.
Le asigné a un abogado que lo va a representar en este tema.
You have an arraignment hearing on April 10th at 8:30.
Usted tiene una audiencia el 10 de abril a las 8:30.
There is a grand jury bond in the amount of, secured appearance bond in the amount of $50,000.
Hay una fianza total del jurado principal del monto de $50,000.
This is essentially a placeholder bond.
Esto es básicamente una fianza para mantener el lugar.
Because you are in DOC custody.
Porque usted está bajo custodia de DOC.
The bond will allow you to continue to accrue credit for time served.
Esta fianza le va a permitir seguir sumando crédito por el tiempo servido.
While you are in MCSO custody.
Mientras esté bajo la custodia de NCOS.
You will be returned to DOC custody.
A usted lo van a devolver a la custodia de DOC.
Upon the completion of this case.
Cuando complete este caso.
This completes my advisement to you.
Esto concluye mi asesoramiento para usted.
If you will please step to your left.
Por favor, dé un paso a la izquierda.
The officer will give you your paperwork.
El oficial le va a dar el papeleo.
Mr. Interpreter, thank you for your assistance this evening. That is the last matter that required your services.
Okay, thank you for using our service. Have a great evening.
Thank you, too. Mr. Lopez, if you will please come into the courtroom. Sir, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
James Apton Lopez, 1191.
You are here today because a grand jury charged you with one count of failing to register as a sex offender, a Class 4 felony, alleged to have occurred on December 24th of 2024. I did appoint an attorney to represent you in this matter. You will have an arraignment hearing on April 10th at 8:30. You do have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $2,000. That is essentially a placeholder bond that will allow you to accrue credit, continue to accrue credit for your time that you are currently serving in DOC custody. You will remain in MCSO custody until this matter is completed, and then you will return to DOC custody. So that takes care of everything that I needed to advise you of this evening. If you will step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork. Author Bellevue, date of birth February 22nd, 1966, is not present in court today physically due to combative behavior. He is here on a new case. He was charged with one count of aggravated assault, a Class 6 felony, one count of disorderly conduct involving fighting, a Class 1 misdemeanor, and one count of obstructing highway or public thoroughfare, a Class 1 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause as to all counts. I did appoint an attorney to represent him. You will have a status conference hearing on April 9th at 8:30, a preliminary hearing on April 11th at 8:30. He has a secured appearance bond in the amount of $25,000. He will not be able to turn to the scene of the alleged crime. He cannot initiate any contact with the alleged victim. He cannot possess any weapons, and he is prohibited from using Valley Metro Transit until further order of the court. Mr. Belu will be advised that if he fails to comply with release conditions or appear for his court date, that any bond he posts will be forfeited. A warrant would issue for his arrest. An additional bond would be imposed. I will meet with Mr. Belu. If any changes are needed, I will do so either on the record or in writing. This concludes the 8 p.m. initial appearance calendar. We stand in recess until 11 p.m.
And that's awesome. All right.
Thank you. Please be seated. This is the 11 p.m. calendar on April 3rd, 2025. Orders are given on the first of the month regarding the taking of DNA and fingerprints. Those orders remain in effect today. What that means for you in the courtroom is this: not every single one of you has to give your DNA or your fingerprints. If you do have to do that, those orders are going to be on your paperwork. My name is Commissioner Beck. I'm here to do a few things for you today. Number one, I'm here to let you know why you're here. Number two, if you might be released. And number three, if you're going to be assigned counsel. The vast majority of you are going to be assigned an attorney, which leads to my number one rule. Please don't talk about the facts of your case. Anything you say or do can be used against you. Everything in the courtroom is video recorded, so please don't talk about the facts of your case unless it's with your attorney. Second thing, I'm sure you're going to have a lot of questions. Unfortunately, I'm not your legal counsel, so I cannot answer legal questions for you, so please save your legal questions for your attorney. Finally, you're going to be hearing about lots of different dates and about different types of release conditions. You don't have to memorize all that stuff. All that information is going to be on your paperwork, but that's why it's important to keep and save your paperwork and not lose it. If you end up missing a court date or not following a written court order, you could just end up back here. Here's how tonight's going to work. I'm going to call 2 names. The first name I'm going to call is going to come into the courtroom and stand in front of me at the podium. Second name I call is going to sit on that chair next to the door. And then we're going to keep on cycling through until the calendar is finished. Could I please get Yu Yi Jeffrey Fang to the chair, to the podium? Kimberly Olson to the chair, please. Okay, could I please get appearances starting with the state?
Good evening, Your Honor. Ashley Stetson on behalf of the state.
Counsel?
Evening, Your Honor. Jonathan Goebel from the Rosenstein Law Group for Yu Yi Jeffrey Fang, who is president in custody and standing to my left.
Thank you. Sir, could I please get your full name and date of birth?
Yu Yi Jeffrey Fang, 13 November 2004.
Thank you. Sir, you are here on a Superior Court new case. And before I proceed, Mr. Goebel, are you representing Mr. Fang just for his IA or for the remainder of the case?
No, Your Honor, for the remainder of the case.
Okay. Then I will change something here. And would you like me to put in Mr. Rosenstein as the attorney of record or you?
Mr. Rosenstein's fine, Judge. And Your Honor, we could waive reading and plead not guilty.
Actually, no pleas here, but my next question for you is, will you be arguing probable cause, release conditions, or both?
Both, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Goebel, would you please, sir, you have been arrested for possession of narcotic drugs, Class 4 felony, aggravated DUI, wrong way driving, Class 4 felony, unlawful flight, Class 5 felony, possession of drug paraphernalia, Class 6 felony, minor in possession of or having had liquor and driving, Class 1 misdemeanor, and possession of a canceled or false driver's license, a Class 2 misdemeanor. Mr. Goebel, would you like to argue probable cause?
Just on a couple of the counts, Your Honor, in terms of for the possession of narcotic drugs, and then I guess the possession of drug paraphernalia would go along with it. Reading through the Form 4, Your Honor, I'm not seeing any field testing done on any of those substances or any lab testing, so therefore there shouldn't be any probable cause for that. As for the aggravated DUI, wrong way driving, there's also no blood alcohol content results, Your Honor. There's no drug results, no GCMS, not even a PBT. I would concede, Your Honor, that the signs and symptoms of impairment would be enough for the probable cause for the underage driving because he's under 21. But that would not be sufficient probable cause for the aggravated DUI charge.
Ms. Stetson, would you like to be heard?
Yes, Your Honor, the state does agree that at this time there is not probable cause for the narcotic drug. The state did reach out to ASU Police Department, who confirmed that a flash test was done. However, it came back inconclusive, so they have sent the white powdery substance off to the lab for testing. In regards to the drug paraphernalia, there was also, it wasn't just the bag that came in, it was also a rolled up U.S. currency that was found with white powdery substance. So, Your Honor, the state would defer to the court in regards to that charge. The state also did speak with ASU sergeant regarding the DUI. The Form 4 does indicate that the suspect, that the officer did observe 6 out of 6 clues on the HGN, which is a indicator of being under the influence of alcohol. Additionally, the state did speak with the sergeant. He did indicate that a PVT was done, and it was a .127, Your Honor. I do believe that was all that counsel was referring to. In regards to the aggravated DUI, the Form 4 does state that the suspect was driving eastbound in a westbound lane or vice versa, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Goebel, last word.
Your Honor, I could talk about HGN clues for hours about how they are ineffective to determine exact blood alcohol content. I think their studies going back to 1977 would show that it's only 77% accurate, and you could be as low as a .05. Therefore, by our jury instructions that I know you know about, Your Honor, that are used in DUI trials, you could presume that you're not impaired at that level. And as for the portable breath test, as you're also, Your Honor, I could brief on it later, portable breath tests cannot be used to determine probable cause or be used at trial, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Fang, probable cause in the American criminal justice system is a very low standard. The standard is more likely than not whether the offense has occurred. And so at this point, I am going to make the following findings as to probable cause. Sir, I'm not finding probable cause as to the possession of narcotic drugs, and I'm not finding probable cause as to the possession of drug paraphernalia. At this time, I am finding probable cause for the aggravated DUI wrong way driving, the unlawful flight, minor in possession, and possession of the canceled or false driver's license. And so I have found probable cause as to those 4 charges. I will have you speak to Mr. Goebel about those 2 charges where probable cause was not found, and what the county attorney's office may do in the future. But I'll leave that to your counsel to explain. What I will tell you now is that I am not considering those for purposes of today, but there doesn't necessarily mean that those charges are going away forever. So I would defer to your counsel to explain that to you. Sir, your next court dates are going to be April 9th and April 11th. In the Downtown Superior Court. That April 11th date is a preliminary hearing, which may or may not occur. So again, please speak to your counsel whether that date is going to happen or not. Ms. Stetson, would you like to be heard regarding release conditions?
Yes, Your Honor, the state would like to be heard regarding that. Your Honor, the state is asking for bond to be set in the amount of $15,000. The state did have a very fruitful conversation with Arizona State University Police Department when it called about additional information on that narcotic drug charge. It does appear that the suspect has had a few run-ins with ASU PD in the last several months, Your Honor. He was charged with criminal damage for a October 2024 incident. It is a misdemeanor incident. In that case, Your Honor, the suspect was at a dorm party at 2 o'clock in the morning. He was seen with a fire extinguisher and using that fire extinguisher to not put out fires, but to spray fire retardant all over a dorm at ASU. He did plead to that charge back in December, Your Honor. The state does believe he's on misdemeanor probation. It does look like he just had a restitution hearing, maybe hearing maybe end of March of just a few weeks ago. The state tried to look for additional information regarding that. However, the state could only find the plea of guilty form. Additionally, Your Honor, the state was speaking to ASU police, learned that the suspect had a similar incident to this incident in March of this year. It looks like he was or is being investigated for reckless driving, DUI, as well as fleeing from law enforcement, Your Honor. At this time, that incident hasn't been charged, but the state was made aware of it, and the suspect did have contact with law enforcement for similar charges. In this incident, Your Honor, the suspect was driving a motorcycle, Your Honor. He was, as the state said, was driving in the wrong lane. He was driving in the driving westbound in the eastbound lane of traffic. He drove over a median to avoid law enforcement, Your Honor, and then he did crash his motorcycle. Officers observed, the suspect admitted to consuming alcoholic beverages before driving. Officers observed slow and slurred speech, bloodshot, watery eyes, a strong and distinct odor of intoxicating beverages, 6 out of 6 clues on HGN. And the suspect, again, is under 21. He should not be drinking at all. And given that incident, given this additional incident back in March, also, Your Honor, the fact that he is on probation in that misdemeanor criminal damage case, the state have concerns that the suspect will abide by any sort of conditions that the court orders him. He has attempted to flee from law enforcement on 2 different occasions. Will he show up for court willingly? The state has concerns about that. The state also has concerns about safety of the community, Your Honor. He is driving in the wrong lane of traffic, fleeing from law enforcement, driving over medians to flee law enforcement, Your Honor. The area that ASU police does patrol is a fairly populated area, Your Honor. So for those reasons, the state does have concerns. Not only just the driving, but the driving under the influence, Your Honor. Thank you. Oh, Your Honor, the state would ask for, in regards to conditions, the alcohol drug test monitoring. Thank you.
Mr. Goldwell, response?
Thank you, Your Honor. $15,000 bond is excessive for now. If we're only talking about the one aggravated DUI class 4 and the one class 5, Your Honor, this is likely going to be a probation offer. $15,000 is excessive for someone with no previous criminal history. The criminal damage that you referenced, Your Honor, kind of more of a college prank. That was a diversion program that was given to him. He's not on probation. That was a diversion program. He did classes for them. And there's no evidence to any similar incident, Your Honor. He was never arrested. He was never approached by any police. If there's a pending investigation, he doesn't know about it. And so he certainly didn't have a DUI investigation on him where they stopped him and took blood, Your Honor. So I don't think that should be factored in at all in your decision. He does have no actual criminal convictions, Your Honor, with the diversion program. He is just 20 years old, Your Honor. He does reside here, he resides in Tempe. He is a full-time ASU student, Your Honor. I think we would have no objection, Your Honor, to him doing alcohol and drug testing. Obviously, it's only a mitigating factor, and it would not be a defense, but voluntary intoxication, sometimes you make bad decisions, and he is very young, Your Honor. We would ask for either an own recognizance release or a pretrial services release, and we would be fine with him getting mandatory alcohol and drug testing, and then you could order that he's not to consume any alcohol or drugs without a valid prescription and do not drive a vehicle without an actual driver's license, Your Honor. Or if you even want to make it so he can't drive, period, Your Honor, if you want to put that in the orders, because he's not going to be getting anywhere near a vehicle. We would ask, again, for an OR or pretrial services release.
Ms. Stetson, last word.
Your Honor, the state is looking at the plea agreement the counsel references that it was a diversion program. There's nothing on this plea agreement that mentions a diversion program, Your Honor. It's it is titled plea agreement. It states that he agrees to plead guilty, maximum sentence, 4 months, probation is available. So the state does believe that it is not a sort of diversion program. Additionally, Your Honor, there's just a continued violation, poor choice management, Your Honor, that is increasing in severity, Your Honor. The state just have concerns for the seriousness of the allegations as well as the safety of the community. And for the record, the state said 15,000, not 50,000, if that's what counsel said. So, Your Honor, the state is asking for 15,000 based on the increased severity of the crimes that the suspect is committing or alleged to have committed, and the fact that he is already on probation, Your Honor, for misdemeanor. While it is a misdemeanor, it's still a misdemeanor that has probation, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Upon hearing from defense counsel and the avowals of the prosecutor and in reviewing the record before me, I'm going to be making the following orders. Mr. Fang, I'm going to be setting a secured appearance bond of $5,000. If you're able to post that bond, you'll be placed on pretrial services release with alcohol testing and monitoring, drug testing and monitoring. Furthermore, if you're able to post that bond, these are some orders, but not all of them. You may not possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. Again, your next court dates are April 9th and April 11th. If you fail to appear, a warrant could issue for arrest. Mr. Goebel, anything further?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Ms. Stetson, anything further?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you, counsels.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And Your Honor, can the state be excused?
Yes, you may be.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can I please get Kimberly Olson to the podium? Ariane Broom to the chair, please. Thank you for your patience. Name and date of birth, please.
Kimberly Olson, 52890.
Thank you. You are here on two matters, an out-of-county warrant and a probation violation warrant. Let me talk to you about your out-of-county warrant first. Ma'am, I am assigning you counsel. Your next court date is going to be April 9th. That's at the Mojave County Superior Court. Based upon the request of the judge, you're going to be held non-bondable at this time. So you will next see the Mojave County judge on April 9th. As to your probation violation warrant, I am also assigning counsel. Your next court date is going to be April 10th. That's at the Downtown Superior Court here in Maricopa County. Affirming the bond set by the judge down here, it's a $900 secured appearance bond. But ma'am, please don't try to pay that bond because you're going to be held non-bondable on your other case. Thank you. Please step to your left for your paperwork. Ariane Broom to the podium. Jose Diaz Galvan to the chair, please. Name and date of birth, please.
Ariane Deshawn Broom, 112801.
Thank you. You're here today on a Superior Court arrest warrant. Probable cause is previously found for possession of a weapon by a prohibited person, a Class 4 felony. This happened back in November of 2023. I'm assigning counsel. Your next court dates are April 9th and April 11th in the Downtown Superior Court. Affirming the bond set by the judge, it's a $5,000 secured appearance bond. But, sir, they transported you from La Palma DOC, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so, sir, technically you're going to be non-bondable. So please don't pay your bond. You're going to be in custody until you finish this case. Then they'll transport you back to DOC.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Please step to your left for your paperwork. Jose Diaz Galvan to the podium. Aurelia Chaparro to the chair, please. Hi, name and date of birth, please.
Jose Diaz Galvan, 2003, October 8th of...
Thank you. Or August 10th?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
No, October 10th.
October 10th?
October 8th, I'm sorry.
October 8th, thank you. You're here today on a Superior Court arrest warrant. Probable cause is previously found for possession of a weapon by a prohibited person, Class 4 felony, and carrying a failure to admit to carrying a deadly weapon, Class 1 misdemeanor. This was alleged to have occurred back in March of 2025. I am assigning you counsel. Your next court dates are April 9th and April 11th in the Downtown Superior Court. Affirming the bond set by the judge, it's a $5,000 secured appearance bond. But sir, you currently have a immigration hold at this time, so you're going to be technically non-bondable, so please don't try to pay that bond because they will not let you out.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Please step to your left for your paperwork. Aurelia Chaparro to the podium. Crystal Bunton to the chair, please. Hi, name and date of birth, please.
Aurelia Chaparro, April 4th, 1994.
Thank you. You're here today on a failure to appear warrant.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not assigning you new counsel. You're going to go back to your original counsel. Your next court dates are April 9th and April 11th in the Downtown Superior Court. Affirming the bond set by your original judge, it's a $1,000 secured appearance bond. But ma'am, you're also on an immigration hold, it appears. And so please don't try to pay that bond because technically you're going to be held non-bondable for that immigration hold, okay?
Mm-hmm.
All right, thank you. Please step to your left for your paperwork. Crystal Bunton to the podium. Christopher Hernandez to the chair, please. Hi, name and date of birth, please.
Crystal Bunton, 8386.
Thank you. You're here today on an out-of-county warrant. I'm assigning you an attorney. Your next court date is going to be April 9th. That's at the Yavapai County Superior Court. At the request of the judge, I'm going to hold you non-bondable at this time. And so, your next court date is going to be April 9th up in Yavapai County.
Okay.
Thank you. Please step to your left for your paperwork. Christopher Hernandez to the podium. David McGee to the chair, please. Hi, name and date of birth, please.
Christopher Hernandez, 12/20/2000.
Thank you. You're here today on a Superior Court new case. You've been arrested for burglary in the 3rd degree, a Class 4 felony. I have found probable cause. I'm assigning you an attorney. Your next court dates are April 9th, April 10th, and April 11th in the Downtown Superior Court. Because it's been alleged that you committed this offense while you were out of custody on your other felony cases, you're going to be held non-bondable at this time. So I want to please step to your left for your paperwork, sir. David McGee to the podium. Gregory Malau to the chair, please. Hi, name and date of birth, please.
David McGee, June 19th of 88.
Thank you. You're here today in a Superior Court grand jury warrant. Grand jury has found probable cause to hold you on 2 counts of aggravated robbery, Class 3 felonies, 2 counts of attempted robbery, Class 5 felonies. These offenses were alleged to have occurred back in August of 2024. I'm assigning you counsel. Your next court date is going to be April 10th for an arraignment hearing in the Downtown Superior Court. Affirming the bond set by the grand jury, it's a $10,000 cash bond. But sir, you're being held non-bondable in a different case, correct?
Yeah.
All right. So, yeah, sir, please don't try to pay that bond because you're going to be held non-bondable anyway.
I just had one quick question. So I'm already in, those charges, were they enhanced to that because I'm in custody for
robbery charges?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, sir, I have no idea. The grand jury is held in secret. That you know, and so I have no other facts than what I have before me. So I apologize.
It's okay.
Thank you. Please step to your left. Gregory Malau to the podium. Jose Aragon to the chair, please. Hi, name and date of birth, please.
Gregory Adam Malau, 2389.
Thank you. You're here today on 4 separate matters, a Superior Court new case and 3 probation violation warrants. Let me talk to you about your new case. You've been arrested for possession of narcotic drugs, a Class 4 felony, possession of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony. I have found probable cause. I'm assigning you an attorney. Your next court dates are going to be April 9th and April 11th in the Downtown Superior Court, setting a secured appearance bond of $500. And then for your 3 probation violations, I'm assigning counsel. Your next court dates on all of them is going to be April 10th for all of those. I'm affirming the bond set by a probation violation judge. On the first one, it's $250 secured. Next one is $1,000 secured, and the other one is $250 secured. So you had a grand total for all your cases, $2,000 secured. Sir, if you're able to bond out, you're not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. Most importantly, if you bond out, you have to contact your PO within 3 days. Why don't you please step to your left for your paperwork, sir. Jose Aragon to the podium. Richard Guzman to the chair, please. Hi, name and date of birth, please.
July 21st, 1974.
Name, please.
Jose Luis Aragon.
Thank you. You're here today in the Superior Court new case. You've been arrested for unlawful use of means of transportation, a Class 5 felony. I have found probable cause. I'm assigning you an attorney. Your next court dates are April 9th and April 11th in the downtown Superior Court. Setting a secured appearance bond of $2,000. Sir, if you're able to bond out, you're not to return to the scene of the crime, no contact with any victim or witness, and you're not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. If you want to please step to your left for your paperwork, sir. Richard Guzman to the podium. Sarah McGluffy to the chair, please. Hi, name and date of birth, please.
Richard Guzman, 11/4/79.
Thank you. You're here today on 3 probation violation warrants. I'm assigning you an attorney. Your next court date is going to be April 10th in the downtown Superior Court. I'm affirming the bond set by your probation violation judge. It's $500 secured on the first, $250 secured on the second, $500 secured on the third, total $1,250 secured. Sir, if you're able to bond out, you're not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. Most importantly, if you bond out, you have to contact your PO within 3 days.
What are the 3 violations?
You have 3 separate cases. And then you have violations on every single case. All right. You want to please step to your left for your paperwork, sir? Sarah McGluffy to the podium. Dejan Ware to the chair, please. Hi, name and date of birth, please.
Sarah McGluffy, 10/22/83.
Thank you. You're here today on an out-of-county warrant.
Yes.
I'm assigning you counsel. Your next court date is going to be April 9th. That's at the Apache Junction City Court. I'm affirming the bond set by the judge out there. It's a $1,165 cash bond. If you're able to bond out, you're just not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. If you want to please step to your left for your paperwork, ma'am. Dejan Ware to the podium. Miguel Guillen to the chair, please. Mr. Ware.
He's coming right now, Your Honor.
Thank you. Name and date of birth, please.
Dejan Ware, 11/03/05.
Thank you. You're here today on a failure to appear warrant. I'm not assigning you new counsel. You're going to go back to your original counsel. Your next court date is April 9th in the downtown Superior Court. Setting a secured appearance bond of $1,000. Sir, if you're able to bond out, you're going to be placed on pretrial services release supervision, and you're not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. Also, you have to continue to obey the order of protection that you have out against you. Please step to your left for your paperwork. Miguel Guillen to the podium. Yvonne Sadler-Williams to the chair, please. Hi, name and date of birth, please.
Miguel Guillen, 7/10/88.
Thank you. You're here on a failure to appear warrant. I'm not assigning you new counsel. You're going to go back to your original counsel.
Yeah.
1 second. 1 second. Sir, your next court dates are April 9th and April 11th in the downtown Superior Court. Affirming the bond set by the judge, it's a $1,000 cash bond. If you're able to bond out, you're going to be placed on pretrial services release with alcohol testing and monitoring, drug testing and monitoring. Furthermore, you're not to return to the scene of the crime, no contact with any victim or witness, not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. You had a question for me, sir?
I was out on bond, and the reason I didn't go to my court date is because I had got them mixed up. Because I thought my court date was on March the 21st, and apparently my court date was on 2 weeks after court. Like, I had court on February 7th, and apparently it was on February the 21st, which I thought I had understood March the 21st. And when I went to court, they had told me that I had already had a warrant, and that's why I didn't know how
I understand, sir, and you're not the first person to come here mixing up dates, but remember, did you hear what I said at the beginning about keeping your paperwork, not losing it, because you might miss court dates?
Yeah.
So that's why I give
Well,
that
it's just
announcement.
that I'm homeless, sir, and I don't really, I don't have like a place to keep my paperwork. I don't really have nothing at all myself,
I understand, sir. Unfortunately, I'm going to affirm that warrant because your trial judge is the one that put it out there, so I'm going to keep it for now. You can talk to him on April 9th to try to get that bond taken away, okay?
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Avanti Sadler Williams to the podium. Eric Gonzalez to the chair, please. Sir, just for this, if you please lower your mask. Thank you. Name and date of birth, please.
031601.
Name, please.
Devontae Soloway.
Thank you. You're here today on a probation violation warrant. I am assigning you an attorney. Your next court date is going to be April 10th in the Downtown Superior Court. I'm affirming the bond set by your probation violation judge. It's a $750 secured appearance bond. If you're able to bond out, you're not to return to the scene of the crime, no contact with any victim or witness, not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. Most importantly, if you bond out, you have to contact your PO within 3 days. Yes, sir.
I went to my probation officer today. I went to court today. I signed a plea for court. It was for, I don't know how I got a violation, Judge, when this case I was fighting was over a year. I don't know if it says it in the system, but when I talked to the judge today at White Tank Justice Court in Avondale, they told me that it won't affect me, and I went to my probation officer today.
Yes, sir. So let me stop you right there. This has nothing to do with your White Tank Justice Court case. Your probation officer filed 3 different counts. You didn't report as directed on 6 different dates.
I was in custody.
And you refused to actively participate in mental health treatment, and you did not participate in a mental health evaluation.
I was in custody, Judge.
Sir, so go ahead and, you'll have to explain that to the judge on April 10th or to your probation officer. So, and I'm surprised that the probation officer didn't write that. If they knew, I don't know if they knew. Yeah. All I have is a warrant at this point, and so.
Oh, warrant! I didn't know. I wasn't aware of a warrant.
Yeah, that's why you're here. You're here on a probation violation warrant.
I spoke to my probation officer today. She never told me that.
Yeah, and they don't tell you those things.
Oh, okay.
All right.
I didn't know.
So, sir, if you please step to your left for your paper, please. Eric Gonzalez to the podium. Derek back to the chair, please. Name and date of birth, please.
Eric Gonzalez, 33097.
Thank you. You're here today on a Superior Court new case and a probation violation warrant. Let me talk to you about your new case. You've been arrested for possession of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony. I have found probable cause. I'm assigning you an attorney. Your next court dates are April 9th and April 11th in the Downtown Superior Court, setting a secured appearance bond of $400. Sir, if you're able to bond out, you're not to have any contact with your co-defendant, that's your father, not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. Most importantly, if you bond out, you have to contact your probation officer within 3 days. You also have a probation violation warrant. I'm assigning you an attorney. Your next court date is going to be April 10th in the Downtown Superior Court, affirming the bond set by your probation violation judge. It's a $100 secured appearance bond, so it's a total of $500 secured. Same conditions of release. Most important one, you have to contact your PO within 3 days if you're released. Want to please step to your left for your paperwork, sir?
Sir, am I released today?
No, you have to pay a $500 secured appearance bond. Thank you. Derek back to the podium. Donnell Wayne to the chair, please. Name and date of birth, please.
12/11/06.
Name, please.
Derek.
Full name, please.
DERRICK-BAK.
Oh, thank you. You are here on a municipal court new case. You've been arrested for 2 counts of disorderly conduct, a Class 1 misdemeanor, 1 count of assault, a Class 1 misdemeanor. I have found probable cause. I'm assigning you an attorney. Your next court date is going to be April 8th. That's at the Peoria City Court, setting a secured appearance bond of $500. Sir, if you're able to bond out, you're not to return to the scene of the crime, no contact with either of the victims, you're not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. And see here, most importantly, you may not reside If you bond out, you may not live with any of the alleged victims. Even if you're the owner or renter of the property, you're allowed one civil standby with local law enforcement to collect any essential belongings, and you're cautioned that a violation of a no victim contact order can lead to a Class 6 felony. If you want to please step to your left for your paperwork, sir.
The what?
Your paperwork? Thank you. Donnell Wayne to the podium. Jimmy Agnew to the chair, please. Donnell Wayne. Name and date of birth, please.
November 11th, 1965.
Name, please.
Donnell Wayne.
Thank you. You're here today on a probation violation warrant. I'm assigning you an attorney. Your next court date's April 10th in the Downtown Superior Court. I'm affirming the bond set by a probation violation judge. It's a $500 secured appearance bond. If you're able to bond out, you're not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. Most importantly, if you bond out, you have to contact your probation officer within 3 days. Please step to your left for your paperwork, sir. Thank you. Jimmy Agnew to the podium. Davey Valenzuela to the chair, please. Hi, name and date of birth, please.
Jimmy Agnew, 32966.
Thank you. You're here today on a probation violation warrant. I'm assigning you an attorney. Your next court date is going to be April 10th in the Downtown Superior Court. Affirming the bond set by your probation violation judge. It's a $250 secured appearance bond. If you're able to bond out, you're not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. Most importantly, if you bond out, you have to contact your probation officer within 3 days.
Okay.
Thank you. Please step to your left for your paperwork. Davey Valenzuela to the podium. Maureen Cruz to the chair, please. Valenzuela? Name and date of birth, please.
Yeah.
Name and date of birth. Do you speak English?
Español.
Español. Okay. Go ahead and have a seat. We'll call you again. Maureen Cruz to the podium. Eduardo Gonzalez Zarate to the chair, please. Maureen Cruz. Name and date of birth, please.
Maureen Cruz, 9880.
Thank you. You're here today on two matters: a Superior Court new case and a Superior Court grand jury warrant. Let me talk to you about your case, new case from tonight. You've been arrested for possession of dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony, possession of narcotic drugs, a Class 4 felony, possession of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony. I have found probable cause. I'm assigning you an attorney. Your next court dates are April 17th and April 21 in the Downtown Superior Court.
No, that was mine, Your Honor.
What? You also have a Superior Court grand jury warrant. Grand jury has found probable cause to hold you on one count of possession of narcotic drugs, a Class 4 felony. This occurred back in March of 2024. I am assigning you an attorney. Your next court date on that one is April 10th in the Downtown Superior Court. Ma'am, upon your promise to appear, I'm going to be releasing you today, but there's some conditions to your release. You're going to be placed on supervised release with pretrial services. Once you're released, you're not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol.
Thank you.
Ma'am, do you understand these conditions?
I do.
Do you promise to follow these conditions?
I do.
Do you promise to appear on April 10th, April 17th, and April 21 in the Downtown Superior Court?
I do.
And do you understand that if you fail to appear, a warrant will issue for arrest?
Yes.
Upon defendant's promise to appear, I'll be releasing you to the supervision of pretrial services. Ma'am, it's your responsibility to call them once you're released during normal business hours.
Okay.
If you fail to call them, you could end up back here. Do you understand that?
I understand.
All right, thank you. Please wait in the hold, and they'll get you your paperwork.
Okay.
For the center.
Oh, okay.
Eduardo Gonzalez Zarate to the podium. Xavier Rodriguez to the chair, please.
Yeah, right.
Hi, name and date of birth, please.
10/15/64,
Name, please.
Eduardo González Zárate.
Thank you. You're here today on a Superior Court new case. You've been arrested for hindering prosecution in the first degree, a Class 5 felony. I have found probable cause. I'm assigning you an attorney. Your next court dates are April 17 and April 21 in the Downtown Superior Court. Upon your promise to appear, I'll be releasing you today. There's some conditions to your release.
Okay.
Once you're released, you may have no contact with your son, and you're not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. Do you understand these conditions?
Yeah, I never did it, but yeah, I understand, sir.
Do you promise to follow these conditions?
The what, sir?
Do you promise to follow these conditions that I just told you?
Can you repeat again?
Yes. Do you promise to follow these conditions?
Oh, yes.
And do you promise to appear on April 17 and April 21 in the Downtown Superior Court?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand that if you fail to appear, a warrant will issue for your arrest?
Yes, Your Honor.
Upon defendant's promise to appear, I'll be releasing you on your own recognizance. Please step to your left for your paperwork.
Thank you.
Xavier Rodriguez to the podium. Randy Wilson to the chair, please. Name and date of birth, please.
Xavier Rodriguez, August 15, 1985.
Thank you. You're here today on a justice court warrant. I'm not assigning you counsel because for your charges, you don't get free attorneys for misdemeanor charges. Your next court date is going to be April 23rd in the Maryvale Justice Court. Upon your promise to appear, I'm going to be releasing you today. There's some conditions to your release. You are not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol, and you can't drive.
I know, I don't. I have my girlfriend does that.
Well, you have a warrant for that. Do you understand these conditions?
Yes, sir.
Do you promise to follow these conditions?
Yes, sir.
Do you promise to appear on April 23rd at the Maryvale Justice Court?
Yes, sir.
And do you understand that if you fail to appear, a warrant will issue for your arrest?
Yes, sir.
Upon defendant's promise to appear, I'm going to be releasing you on own recognizance. Please step to your left.
Thank you so much, sir.
Randy Wilson to the podium. Erickson Jumbo to the chair, please. Name and date of birth, please.
Randy Wilson, 5/22/64.
Thank you. You're here today on a Justice Court new case. You've been arrested for 2 counts of disorderly conduct, Class 1 misdemeanors. I have found probable cause. I'm not assigning you counsel because you don't get free counsel for these types of charges, but you can hire one if you want to on your own. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
All right, sir, your next court date is going to be April 22nd. April 22nd at the Santan Justice Court. Upon your promise to appear, I'm going to be releasing you today. There's some conditions to your release. You're to have no contact with any victim or witness, and you're not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. Do you understand these conditions?
Yes.
Do you promise to follow these conditions?
Yes.
Do you promise to appear on April 22nd at the Santan Justice Court?
Yes.
Upon your promise to appear, I'm going to be releasing you today. Sir, do you also understand if you fail to appear, a warrant will issue for your arrest?
Yes.
Upon defendant's promise to appear, I'll be releasing you on your own recognizance. Please step to your left for your paperwork.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Erickson Jumbo to the podium. Brian Rusiniak to the chair, please. Name and date of birth, please.
Erickson Jumbo, November 28, 1999.
Thank you. You're here today on a justice court warrant. I'm not assigning you counsel because you're not entitled to free counsel for the types of charges that you're facing. Your next court date is going to be April 22nd. That's at the Santan Justice Court. Upon your promise to appear, I'll be releasing you today. There's some conditions to your release. You're not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol, and you cannot drive a car. Do you understand these conditions?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you promise to follow these conditions?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you promise to appear on April 22nd at the Santan Justice Court?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you also understand if you fail to appear, a warrant will issue for your arrest?
Yes.
Upon your promise to appear, I'll be releasing you on our own recognizance. Please step to your left for your paperwork.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Brian Rusiniak to the podium. Mr. Valenzuela to the chair, please. Name and date of birth, please.
Brian Michael Rosnick, 12/22/81.
Thank you. I apologize for mispronouncing your last name. You're here today on Superior Court new case. You've been arrested for aggravated harassment, a Class 6 felony. Sir, at this time, I am not finding probable cause based upon the Form 4 that was written, but I am still assigning you counsel. Your next court dates are April 17th and April 21 in the Downtown Superior Court. The reason I'm setting court dates is this: just because I'm not finding probable cause today doesn't mean the county attorney's office might not find probable cause later. And so at this time, I'm ordering you to continue to contact the court and to show up on April 17th to see if if the charges are going to be refiled. But at this time, you will be released due to a finding of no probable cause today. Sir, do you understand what I've just told you?
Yes.
All right, sir. Please step to your left for your paperwork. Mr. Valenzuela? Hi, is the interpreter on the line?
Hello, good evening.
Hi, I'll be speaking to the defendant now. Sir, would you please state your full name and date of birth?
Hola, señor, ¿puede decir su nombre completo y su fecha de nacimiento?
David Oliver Bustamante Valenzuela, el 11 de abril del 2000.
¿Puede repetir su nombre?
David Oliver Bustamante Valenzuela, el 11 de abril del 2000.
David Oliver Bustamante Valenzuela, April 11, 2000.
Thank you. Sir, you are here today on 2 probation violation warrants.
Gracias, señor. Hoy usted está acá debido a 2 violaciones de su libertad condicional.
I am assigning you an attorney, and your next court date is April 10th in the Downtown Superior Court.
Yo le estoy asignando a un abogado y su próxima audiencia es el 10 de abril en la Corte Suprema del centro de la ciudad.
I am going to affirm the bond set by your original judge. It is $100 for each case for a total of a $200 bond.
Y en cuanto a la fianza, voy a usar la similar a la del juez original, $100 por cada caso para un total de $200.
If you're able to pay that bond and are released, you are not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol.
Si usted es capaz de pagar esa fianza y usted es liberado, usted no puede poseer drogas, alcohol o armas de fuego.
Most importantly, if you are released, you must contact your probation officer within 3 days.
Y lo más importante es que si usted es liberado, debe de contactar a su oficial de libertad condicional dentro de 3 días.
Please step to your left for your paperwork.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Please go to your left for your paperwork.
Thank you. Por favor, avance hacia la izquierda para que le den sus documentos.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Interpreter.
You're welcome. Thank you for using our services. Have a good day.
And this concludes the 11 p.m. calendar.